Good morning, everybody. And cool. How's everyone doing? Pickle about to FAD option select some fools. I'm in. Power's been stable. There was like an outage in the middle of the night, but they got it fixed right away. SST rug pull incoming? Did you watch the members only video from this morning? T Martin, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Oh crap. What's going on with that? Huh. Weird. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Was only for Dillionaires, not Long Johnsons or Cornish Johnsons. It should have been for Long Johnsons and Dillionaires. I'll check. It says it's just open to members. I'll just make it public after market open. Because it takes 5 minutes to update, so. Okay, check it. See if it's working. Drop a like if you guys can. Big help. Ding ding. Nope, not ding ding. 20 seconds, then ding ding. I'm not playing Aider. Spike needs a rip or I'll default on my mortgage. Docu dead? Cheap. Docu's gonna take some time to hit that 112 range again. Yeah, no problem, Ryan Cohen. You playing Aider too? No. TLDR, BBBY, go poo-poo. Oh, it's gonna continue to go poo-poo probably through today. There's a little bit of like a negative ramp down to about 16. Good entry if you want to go long on it. Probably some institutions getting out before any volatility starts kicking in. Also, the stock ran twice to double its value, right? So if they were in for the speculative play, they're probably out now. Gray Johnson, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson. I appreciate it, dude. Four by four camping adventures. Hey Gurk, I DRS my shares, so I think we're good. MOASS can happen now. Awesome. Thanks, man. Stream delay might be off. I don't think so. I usually don't have a stream delay. What is going on? What was that? Okay. That was weird. I just got like kicked off Discord. Hold on one second. Tesla. Yeah, probably not a good day today. I Google various tickers. It shows their charts, but not GME or BBY. It definitely shows both of those charts also. Clear your cookies or something? Did some DRS you Discord? For GME, what is the next strong resistance after 142? Not a lot historically. There is some at 143.07 and then 138.38, then 135. These don't have a lot of, we haven't traded a lot of volume in these ranges. So they don't have a lot of like long-term support. What happened to SST? There it is. Okay, so Discord's gonna have issues today, I guess. Is it normal for the price to close at 150, hold 150 after hours, and then open 150? Seems odd. While our volume is this week has been 4 million. It's not that odd. Just no trading going on in after hours. I don't expect there to be a lot of interest today in GameStop. Probably just some clearing within like a $10 range of 150, and probably not to the upside. Someone found your Discord password. It was pickle. Yeah, I know. My weeklies filled super quick, and I had the limit set pretty high on them. So through recent updates on the efforts to reach out to GameStop investor relations about the CSV schedule, no response from either entity. The best we got was a recorded conversation with Computershare, where they state that they do charge GameStop fees, but that's it. They didn't tell us how much. All my eToro GME shares at 170 now, buying back in at DRS at this price. I love it. Gherk, why don't you utilize indicators with options trading such as RSI, MACD, TTM, etc.? I mean, I kind of know what they'll say based on the volume in the candlesticks already. If you once you've used oscillators enough, Jesus Christ, why do I keep getting kicked off of Discord? If you use oscillators enough, you'll basically know what they look like before you look at them. They're a crutch. Also, they're unreliable and they give false signals, whereas volume trends don't. Penny Air, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, man. I appreciate it. Good time to sell SST or stay in. Oh, no, it's interesting. We'll see. I mean, it's not dropping, right? Do you think AMD will break through 100? Well, I kind of hope so. Hmm. AMD sub 100s, same like free. Fuck, why does that keep moving? SST rug pull today? No way to know. Okay, I'm just going to turn this off and reset it because it keeps doing this. And it's super annoying. The direction BBBY takes today is going to be heavily dependent on how it reacts to the options chain at 2050. There's a lot of interest there. It could just be bottoming out and move into a turnaround, but it may not. What's with SST dipping? Did someone sell their warrants? Always interested in GameStop. I mean, me too. Today we close at 149. I wouldn't be surprised. Why are we seeing people selling and buying on computer share? Did everyone forget the entire buy and hold DD? They did. They did. They don't care. They think it's better to sell their shares and then buy on computer share. They've bought into the lies and they enjoy releasing short hedge funds from their FTD obligations. Why are we starting our leaps for 2023 for BBBY a good price right now, or should I shoot for an August date? Let's see how much they cost. IV's still pretty elevated on them. They're not a great price. Out of the monies are a little better. 80s are really cheap again. Well, relatively. 30s aren't a bad price. Man, IV on those is still just way up given the price action. Um, it's not great, right? It's still a little expensive, but it may be there may not be another opportunity to get in below 20. There could be some slip. There's a bit of a delta slide down to 16 today. If it slips, that's a very good opportunity. I also got no response. Oh, okay, thanks, Dan. Definitely not Girk's Bill Mayo guy. Filling up with diesel this AM. Price is 469. I'll YOLO into 0 DTEs on this bullish news. Think we'll tickle max pain. I mean, it looks like we're already starting to stabilize a little bit. What's the market doing? Yeah, I mean, we're mostly moving with the SPY. Probably more just shorting and FTD covering, right? Thanks for the heads up on SST. Yeah, for sure. For GME, thought RSS, forgot about buy and holds and just focused on the DRS part. Yeah. May 30, C on SST chasing at this point? Not necessarily. You should watch the video from this morning so I don't have to answer this question 1,000 times today. Make a quick 100% profit on SST. You know exactly where that money is going. CERN puts? Stop swearing. No. What are you, my mom? Fucking ridiculous. When you survived the assassination attempt yesterday with your elevator, did you shake your fist at the sky and yell, "You'll have to do better than that, Kenny"? I didn't. Assassination attempt. Even though I wasn't gonna watch the stream yesterday, I was very upset to know that I couldn't have watched if I had wanted to because you didn't pay your elevator bill. This is true. Vic Sleeps, same like money printer. If they're in the money, they can be, yes. Well, what's a warrant? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, popcorn trader. Go look it up. Chris K, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Yeah, I know we're not going to see a rug pull until they dilute the float, but we don't know when they're going to do it. It could happen at any time. FTD is little beefs. Ader squeezed when it hit 100% utilization last time. It's at 100% utilization again. Cool. Morning dip followed by slow repressed build back to 149. Can't believe I get the def days when I'm off work. Might just go for a walk. Fair. GME for next week. Looking to sell some theta over the weekend. Probably not a terrible idea. That's on Yang calls, 120 DTE. A lot of turmoil in China lately. Yang 120s. Hold on, I need to watch this breakout. This is more important. Ask me again later. Poopy pants. Morgan Stanley sold 5.74 million shares of BBY yesterday. You know why? Well, I mean, it wasn't just yesterday, but yeah, they're probably getting out before volatility kicks in. Or they were playing like the more speculative side of the run. They could have been releasing short hedge funds from obligations. There's a number of possible reasons. They were up. That's usually the biggest one. Is your shaft in better shape today? A little bit. Thank you for asking. I wonder if this up down on S&P SPY SPX is the new SLD. It waves of settlement and checks rather than one big monthly dump and rebuy. Thoughts? I mean, it should be more diffuse. Like the changes to SLD should mean that SLD is not as impactful to the market. It'll still have an impact, just not as much. So yeah, the choppiness could be very much could be due to that. Yesterday, you've been subject of a short elevator attack. CLVR dead. CLVR year-long play. I don't. For some reason, there seems to be this sentiment that I was in CLVR for the vote. I didn't even know about the fucking. I didn't even know it was a marijuana company when I bought into it. I was in CLVR because they were shorting its spikes and delta sensitivity, which means that the short position is overextended and having a difficult time finding shares. It had nothing to fucking do with the vote or it being a pot company or anything else. It still doesn't. The other thing's cool, yeah, bonus, but no. I sold. I'm gonna buy back in when it's cheaper. I think I have a little bit of time. I might be wrong. We'll find out. Nice, dude. Congrats on OXY. I have a few calls there too. Does warrant cost the same like shares? No, it's far cheaper. I have a feeling you reading my post will be the highlight of today. Congratulations. BBBY following Wyckoff? Maybe, yeah. To some degree. Awesome poopy pants. That's a big deal, right? SST doing a squeezy? At which point a share recall could happen after which announcement? After the declaration of the split, we could see a share recall. So before the ex dividend date for the shares. Maybe just a couple days before it. You think Kors was pretending not to know you yesterday? Yeah. There's a whole video of him having a breakdown because I read that is Matt Kors Rick of Spades DD. It was one of my finest works. DD dead? Not up. What the fuck are these shares? And WeBull's been fucking giving me just a ton of GNW lately. Do you ever cringe with embarrassment knowing what sort of questions apes ask their brokers and that you are affiliated with them? No. It's not cringy to want to know more. Do you think AMD will bounce in the next few days? I already made my statement about AMD. AMD sub $100, same like free. CLVR a scanner pick? Yeah. Still just CLVR CC as my first CC play. Made a nice $10. Ain't much, but that's like 5% gain. Yeah, but how much did the shares cost you? You're still down the price of the shares. What was the intraday high for SST on Tuesday? $37. Look at all that volatility and stop loss hunting. Desperate. Fuck out of here. Go away. Go back. Yeah, back up. GME found a stabilized 142.50. B-Diz, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Getting quarters to rage quit yesterday was worth the $2 I spent on super chats. That. Doo-doo. Hmm. Sell through I paid for keeping the other two to ride since way up. Thanks, dude. Awesome, Seacraft. Congrats, dude. Is SST a scanner pick? Nope. What's the target on SST? Money. Will there be a TradingView Wyckoff model in the near future? I know people want new Wyckoff material to watch. I'll show you some today. I put some in the daily if you need a respite. I heard your shaft is wrecked now, and now have to take stairs because of your wrecked shaft. Sounds painful. At least you know we care about your shaft. God bless you and your shaft. Thank you so much, 2 Dans, 1 Subway Cup. What do you think about October 200C for GME? Why buy it now? Shares only costed me 180, which I can sell, which I can still sell for 180. What? too late to buy into SST. I mean, options prices are way up. It still looks good, and we're starting to establish a bit of a trend. So, strong. I don't know how much IV is going to kick up throughout the day, but I like this. Sorry, I missed that Kofi. One sec. For SST, with buying in the money calls on Monday in anticipation for the Tuesday FTD dump be chasing. It depends on how in the money you are. I think extrinsic calls have less risk. So far out of the money calls are less risky than in the money calls. Because if the stock price takes a shit, right, and there's liquidity is offered up, then these far out of the money calls, you'll have time to get out of them. Whereas these will just get destroyed by the drop in delta value from the time you bought in. How bullish would be if SST breaks above 37? Insane. Visa 230 by next Friday. I think I overheld my calls. I might be targeting 120 if I buy back in. You might have. I got stopped out. I didn't have access to my brokerage account. I'd probably still be holding 230s if I did. So maybe I got lucky. But this range is usually pretty strong, or has been in the past. A couple times we've seen, bounces within this range. If it continues to fall, I mean, it can go pretty low. This is going to depend largely on what the market does over the next few days. But I would be patient with just about everything right now. I think patience is key. Next week will probably be a little more volatile, a little more liquid, a little more upside. But this week, I think, if we see recovery continue, it's going to be slow and fairly steady. Any insight into AMD's price action? Good price point to enter some calls. It is, especially if you give yourself some time on them. I think what we're seeing a lot on AMD right now, besides it just moving with the overall market, is I think shorts are trying to get out before the next earnings. They made it through this quarter, keeping the price fairly low. But if next earnings are really good, they're in a really dangerous spot. And so I think a lot of this drive down to 100 is shorts trying to get out. If they're successful, getting out in this range where, their short position is way up, then AMD is definitely due for a bounce. There could be some slippage in this lower trend, but this is where the volume back trend is. And it's right on the trend line there. So I think a bounce sooner. It could slip a little, but probably not with a lot of volume. So prices sub $100 are actually just insane. Ew. Lower. Head and shoulders played out. Almost. Is there any way to make an options bet on stagnation? Yeah, you sell straddles. What's SST needs to close at to be bullish Monday? What does SST need to close at to be bullish Monday? Above 25. I mean, the vast majority of calls that are in the money are deep in the money right now. Huge blocks of institutional OI coming in at 750 and 1250, which might get exercised. So next week can be pretty spicy. I took the breakout on OXY. I would love to hear your thoughts on a PT on this one. Thanks. $60. If it breaks up through 60, the next resistance is 68 and then 71. Okay, just a slightly lower trend. Ah. Well, GB's not done for 3 months. There's just different plays, right? It's always a way to make money. Is this GME all over again? 3 to 400% short interest, super micro float, all calls in the money. It's compelling, except that it can end at any moment. Whereas, GME was not in that scenario. AMD at under 100 has to be a great entry now. Yes, it is. It's insane. So I'm at BBBY Wyckoff modeling on TradingView. I could, yeah. Maybe over the weekend. When will you be looking to get into GME calls again? At least a couple weeks. I mean, I'm in calls, but they're sold ones, right? I currently don't have any bullish bets on GameStop besides my stock position. Do you think there's a big chance for MOASS because of the stock dividend? Best chance for MOASS. CLVR $5 leaps seem like bags, or is there hope yet? 2023 or 24? There's still hope, I think. We're consolidating now on SST. Yeah, I'm trying to determine if this consolidation is bullish or not, though. What sort of time frame does AMD cyclically move on? It usually moves with its earnings, as they're good and drive a lot of institutional interest. Lisa Su, greatest CEO maybe ever. pulling out some SST gains. Sorry for confusing the rocket. It's okay. A lot of people are, I'm sure. How much time is good for AMD? Usually 90 DTE. I like when I buy into AMD, I prefer to have longer dated calls. Sometimes I'll play like bi-weeklies or monthlies. Very rarely weeklies. If they have like a crazy earnings, I'll play weeklies. But outside of that, I usually go about 90 days when I'm running like a turnaround on AMD like this. What's AMD one? Probably like preferred stock or voting stock, something like that. GME 165 CC April 8th safe. Today? What's the delta on those? A little. I mean, why? It's. Do you really want $9 so badly that you'd risk selling your shares at 165? Rug pull looking less likely for SST today? I mean, it hasn't been rug pulled yet. It doesn't. The rug pull on SST doesn't look like anything. It will just happen. It will happen mostly unbeknownst to everybody. People in our short squeeze think it's got immense potential. Oh, Jesus. It's got some potential. I think it's too early, though. Diamond handing my 140Ps. Might go green. Maybe not today. %50% fib chases 138, but we bounced at 143. This is why I don't like fibs. Fibs look great when you place them, and then they don't behave very well. Just learn to draw support and resistance lines, and you don't need fibs. Alright, I don't like that. I'm out. Am I tease naming a building after Lisa? They should name all their buildings after her. Shows on RSS pushing Rite Aid. Interesting stock. It's sort of in the same basket. Looks like it has a little better covering. Nice price. I don't know. Leaps at this price could probably realize some value. I don't know how they've been doing post-pandemic, though. Did you see us filling that 125, 126.50 gap? There isn't one. It's as if none of you people have ever been rug pulled before. Were you still getting chimes? Yeah, that's because I can't figure out how to turn them off without also just turning off my own notifications. Rip SST for today. Maybe. It could still recover. I just wasn't going to chance it. Any bullish moves for GME in the coming weeks or a downtrend for a while? There'll be some bullish bounces, but I think we're going to overall continue on our current downtrend, like this downward consolidation. You could just read the daily DD instead of asking me that question. Could you stream a Lego Star Wars video game that came out this week? No. Maybe. I'll think about it. Remind me later. Why? What is it? What type of game is that? My knee-jerk reaction is to say no. I didn't see the username on the rug pull comment. How do Pickles picks work? Once a week? How many picks? I don't fucking know, man. Depends what I think looks good. It's not like a set number of stock picks. Some weeks it should most likely just be none. Not every week has good stock plays. I don't know what Lego Star Wars is. I assume it involves Legos. The rug pull comment was from Rug Pullopotamus. Do you set a trailing stop as a market order or a trailing stop limit order? It depends on the volatility of the underlying and the liquidity in my strike. If you're in a highly liquid strike, you can use stop limits. If you are in an illiquid strike, you really need to use market orders because otherwise you'll just won't fill. You'll gap over your stops every time. Turn desktop volume off on OBS. Yeah, but then nothing else works. Like that stops all the audio and everything. How far do you see Nvidia dropping, especially with inflation data coming out next week? I mean, we don't know what the inflation data next week is going to be, right? Like the media is generating a lot of fear over the CPI data, but is it going to be bad or just about the same? We just don't know. What are your thoughts on BBBY going into earnings? It's cheap. I like the price. I bought more pretty recently. Are you waiting to enter AMD? I already have positions. I might buy some more. It's very cheap. I also have stock already as well. BBY is having a nice little recovery. That's good. It's not slipping this like 2050 line, which is up here. Not too much. The scary part is there's a delta slide below this like 19 to 2050 range. Where if the price hits it, it's just going to slide down to 16. So it's staying above that is a good sign. Reinvesting SST gains, put their pickle in a jar. What looks like a good strike price for AMD August calls? In the money, out of the money? Probably out. Like, I don't know. 105s are pretty strong. 110s are good. That's gonna fail. That's not a recovery. It's weak. Dwindling volume. This is gonna fail. This is a bear flag. XRT doing a run. Cool. I kind of expect GME to go back up to like 150 today. Oh yeah, Yang calls reported craziness in China. Yang 120 Cs? Dude, it's trading at $15. Oh, 120 DTE. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. It's just really based on nothing though, right? It's just based on the assumption that the Chinese market is gonna experience turbulence. It might, but it might not. Playing like crashes is fine if it's like part of a hedging strategy or something like that, but just trying to time a crash is generally pretty stupid. Okay, so this failed. It might still recover a little more, but weak. Wheat doing ups. I know. I know it is. A little bit. They announced the ex-dividend date. Quite a bit of announcements that occur. Rugpalopotamus. Hi, nice to meet you all. I'll visit soon enough. Thanks. What would you call running on XRT? Up $1? $5? Five? Five's running. Scalped that SST bear flag for $20. Nice. That's on T 520.25C. I don't like AT&T very much. No. It looked. What are you gonna hit? 26? Right, Eric? There's no money there. There's just no range. It's not worth it. It's an adventure game. You build stuff out of Lego blocks. But that's an oversimplification. Anyway, I'll remind you. Okay. That sounds like something I would never want to do as an adult person. Can my calls on AMD because of GFE? It might stay in this range through Monday. I get that selling covered calls can be used to fade the top. When a run is cooling off, what strategy do you suggest when reaching a bottom? CSPs? What if I don't have a ton of cash? You need to have, you need to have around $15,000 in collateral, usually, to play each CSP on GameStop. You can play like a poor man's put. You can buy a long put and sell a put, or a bear spread, bull spread. Buy a long call, sell a put. You can sell a hedged naked put. Sherwin testing is 264 resistance. I fucking love that stock. Ever since I bought it, that's one of my new favorites. Now would be a good time to get back into X. I never left. How'd you know that was a weak recovery? That was pretty sweet, dude. But because of the volume trends? Still have your Netflix calls? I still have my May 380s, yeah. I'm still looking on an entry for more, but I'm waiting. I'm waiting for this to show some bullish signs, which it hasn't done yet. I don't think there's... I'd play the put side, but I don't think there's that much downside left on it. Will you buy in again on SST if it stays above 25 at close? I'll probably buy in on Monday. Not today. Probably not today. Is this run on small cap stocks ETFs dangerous for hedgies? Let's find out. Yeah. Fair. Ooh, nice little run. It's got a lot of room. Not the worst. Some institutions are buying in right now. Looks like it's moving into an accumulation phase. Like long term. Are out of this distribution phase. There's more bottom to go. I did. I saw the Core's video. Thoughts on butterflies on Tesla? A little volatile for that now. I don't really like butterflies. I don't like it. Not a big fan. I don't understand you, popcorn trader. You'll take profits on like a $20 run at 3%, but then you'll lose all your money in shit like fucking CERN puts. Your trading strategy eludes even the most basic logic. XRT FTD covering possibly today, 22nd. More tomorrow, well, Monday and Tuesday. Feb OPEX ETF FTDs due Monday and Tuesday of this coming week. Can you lose more money than you spend buying calls? No, you can't. You can't lose more money than you spend on long options, period. It's just the premium that is the risk. I'm looking for a break of 365 to enter 370s. At 373, I'll probably enter more 180s. Odds of back to 150 even on close. That's what I was hoping for this morning. We'll see. Looks good. Your stream keeps cutting out. No, I'm not. Is it? That's weird. My Discord was cutting out earlier repeatedly. Do you think we will hit $200 cat downside again? Maybe. I don't know. It's building more and more support at this 115 level. This may be its new support. Cat's also considered a value store, so watch it closely if there's a decline in the markets. John Riley, welcome to Billionaire Man. Thank you so much.
Birthday, Gherkin.
I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, dude. August 20 is a good buy? I think so. Yeah. My VWAP brings all the natties to the yard. I do. It's far enough out that it can go through an OPEC cycle at worst, and definitely far enough out to experience some natural market growth. I'm really interested in what's going to happen at their earnings. I kind of want to be in most of my position before then, especially at these prices. Sherwin, same like Cat. No, bit different, but equally good value. Since we're looking at SST, let's see Ader too. I'm not interested in Ader till next week. Ader doesn't have any, like, it doesn't have a lot of notional range where it's trading. Like a $3 to $5 move in options contracts is complete shit compared to a $20 to $32 move. Even if these options are cheaper, then you have so much leverage that, you know, when the price moves against you, it moves too rapidly. By having that much leverage, you're increasing, you know, your sensitivity to that downside. Whereas, you know, here maybe you're getting fewer contracts, but the larger range is better. Certain puts are going to be bigger than GME's MOASS, you'll see. I mean, they either will or they just won't, right? Weird. I make all my money selling certain puts. I don't dislike TSM. Look at the stock. Big volume. Tell me I'm crazy. What stock? Are you talking about XRT? It's like okay volume. It's starting to look like some covering. There's FTDs today from OPEX, but still very early in OPEX. I don't think you're wrong, but I expect more covering next week on it. I have calls on XRT. I think short hedges are stacking up on lendable shares in the basket in preparation for XRT covering. Could be. I mean, it should be counterparties on forward swaps stocking up on the underlying, right? Not really short hedge funds. Kind of the opposite side of that trade. Thanks, Sally, for letting me know. Stream's fine. Okay. Could you explain how to find the workings of a stock? SST can be our X no matter what search terms. It's only news articles, SEC Edgar empty, just media. Other than what people send, what do you do? Research? You can use, you know, Fintel, Koi-fish, unusual whales. Although I'm not biggest fan of that one. Market Chameleon. No, not same like Buffett. Buffett doesn't like derivatives, supposedly. Look at Quant Cord. I'm confused. I'm blowing it off because I don't think there's that much of it going on today. I think there's more next week, but I already have calls on XRT and covered calls on GameStop. So if they're gonna clear XRT off Reg Show, GameStop's gonna go down more because they can short the shit out of it again. I'm ready for that. Any price target for SST? No. It will either squeeze or collapse in on itself. And I think most of its upward price movement for today is over. But I do think there'll be more next week. Yeah, AMD's starting to turn around a little bit. BBBY is looking okay. SST falling. So we discussed this a couple weeks ago when it was down here in like the 250 range, or a few days ago. And I bought some 255s that are just absolutely killing it. And look at this like fucking upside potential, Willie. It's disgusting. And the financials for the company are great. They just make money hand over fist. And additionally, they do well during down economies. It's I'm a big fan. I wish I'd bought more. That's all. Docu wants to break 105 and there's decent OI. Yeah, I mean, I'm in Docu right now for a test of 112. I have 105s, I have 110s. I think I have a couple 108s or something. My girlfriend is mad at me because I brought up that I don't think paying for 100% of the rent is fair. How would you handle the situation? Tell her to pay her half or get the fuck out. Same like roommate. What do you think about Bloomberg Terminal? Is it overrated and a total ripoff? Yes. You don't probably don't make enough money trading to invest in one. I don't make enough money trading for it to be worthwhile to invest in one. I don't trade enough for it to be worthwhile to invest in one. If you're running algos or something, it's a little bit of a different story. If you're investing large amounts of capital for like long buy and hold positions, or investing heavily in growth stocks like 10 million plus in investments, it can be worth it. But Spectre Bravo, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. Guys, remember, if you want to get into the Zillionaires Club early and you don't want to wait for the end of the stream, check out the pins in the announcements channel. There are instructions there, or you can always add a moderator, and if they get a chance, they'll get around to you. Would you exit AMD August calls purchased today for 10% gain, or write it out? Why would you exit an August call today on, you know, like a dollar movement? It doesn't make sense. Capital risk, right? Will you cover your XRT position in Pickles Picks this week? I think I covered it a while back. I just bought a bunch of like $75 and $80 calls and then rolled them with GME when I rolled GME. I think they're for July right now. So that's it. They were cheap. Go away, bipolar bear. Troll. Call me bearish, but Sherman's Williams paint isn't that good. I don't care if their paint's good or not. They make money. So this is kind of what I assumed they would do, is we would have a CNS spike. They're going to walk it down. This will stabilize at some point, and we'll see just covering. We should see, hopefully we'll see Delta rise into the end of the day and on Monday. April Fools? Dude, it's the wrong day. I know you didn't sell your fucking GameStop. Sold Oxy too early, keeps rising. Did you make money? Good. Then learn your lesson. There's only two reasons people sell on a run. One, they've hit their target and they're capturing profits. And you can walk away from this 100% confident that you did the right thing. Two, they got afraid of their greed. The stock was moving too much. They were afraid it would slip. They didn't manage their position properly, and they missed out on the upside. Yeah, if someone's trying to get you to pay all their rent, they're definitely taking advantage of you. Especially if they're trying to get you to do it via emotional manipulation. That's on Rad Leaps. Is Rite Aid really doing that well? Sure. And it's cheap, right? If they are successful in literally any business strategy at this point, their stock will go up. $38 puts on Twitter. Why is Twitter affected by inflation? Tesla going to 1,000 now? No, but maybe. Tesla will be affected by CPI. Now it's a relationship stream. I mean, it's just good financial advice, right? If you're sharing a housing with someone, you shouldn't probably pay for all of it. Unless they're incapable of working or something. What if they repay you in other ways? That shouldn't come with a cost, RP. You don't pay all of someone's bills so you can have sex. I mean, I guess you could, but generally you don't pay all of someone's bills so you can have sex with them. Tesla go burr because of GME split vote. I mean, isn't Tesla splitting? I think they'll be able to push this down to around 80 again, or we'll hold support much higher. We'll probably hold support much higher. Unfortunately, I wish they'd push us back to fucking 80. That shit was profitable as hell. There's a difference, right? When you have a wife and you have like a shitload of offspring, and you know she's taking care of your children like 12 hours a day. That is a job, right? Because then the cost of you providing daycare or care for those children is being offset, right? It's a lot different when you have like a girlfriend that sits around the house watching Netflix all fucking day and not paying any bills. Oh, Holgerson, I can do that as long as it's not investment financial advice. Can't tell you what to do with your investments. I can definitely tell you to do with your shitty girlfriend. Oh God, I'm the girlfriend. We know you are, popcorn trader. Girlfriend who uses sex to not pay for rent or household items, same like prostitute. No, prostitutes are honest. How many offspring does my wife need to generate before claiming benefits? One. I don't have any experience with freeloading girlfriends. I don't put up with that shit. Oh, that's fair. So make it 50-50. You guys aren't married. Just be straight up. Be like, hey, listen, I'm spending more money on this stuff. I'm not comfortable with doing that. We should share these bills equally. If she's not cool with that, there's more fish in the sea. Clearly it's bothering you, right? Like this inequality, a financial inequality in your relationship, so address it. Spy is trying to have the epic rip I mentioned that will get down in the annals of history. Nice. Yeah, it looks like SST is stabilizing. What about Snap? Good entry. Earnings still coming up. What if I pay for all the bills because my wife is starting a business? Well, then that's an investment in her business, right? Wife hates my girlfriend. I might have Barodactyl. I don't know. You tell me. Hispanic, though, might get stabbed. Worth it. Do you think Big Toots will take some long position in CLVR next week before 420 week, or everyone big would already be in? Stop trying to buy shitty stocks. Two dams, one Subway Cup. If I were you, based on what I've seen of your investments, you might just want to look at stocks that cost more money. Stop gambling your hard-earned money on shit stocks that you bag hold all year. It's not a strategy. Bag holding something till long-term capital gains kick in and you can sell it for what you bought in at is probably a terrible idea. Mail order groom here. Cat doing up stuff. Cool. Yeah, back to 217.50. If it breaks, oh, it just did. Again? Why? Why are you so bullish, Cat? Hmm. I'm gonna need it to stabilize there before I buy anything. Look at these candlestick screws. You do a tutorial vid on how to dodge chanclas? Next Friday, Monday after that is a holiday in Germany. Is the USA market closed? I don't think so. My wife's boyfriend hates my girlfriend. Any marital advice? Just keep doing what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with that, existential, because you're both doing your part, right? You guys have found a balance, but that doesn't mean that, others have. It's even less about like the fair division than it is about finding something that both parties agree on. If that guy's relationship doesn't work out, he can always go on Married at First Sight and marry a complete stranger. Is that what you did, turd? I don't know. I bought 145s today for 0 DTE and they're looking pretty decent. What would a good entry be for puts on Ader? Might want to wait. It's not done doing up things. BBY's pushing to 20 is good. It's bullish. It's staying away from the Delta slide. So here's the thing about dodging chanclas. You want to get hit by the first one. Yeah, you do. It kind of takes the steam out of the situation. Friday, it seems like a pretty rad stock. I don't know about that. During a squeeze, do you suggest a market sell over a limit to avoid being gapped over? During a squeeze, generally your option contracts are not only in the money, they are highly liquid, right? There's a huge amount of demand for them. So there's really no concern with limits. You want to give a wide range because of the high volatility, but limits are fine. And market sells could see way too much slippage. Yeah, dude, back to psychologist. Good job, turd. When your allowance comes in next week, you can YOLO back into GME. Not sure if you answered this before, but thoughts on Fun? Is that the weird, like, Chinese NFT company? Funware? Crap shit penny stocks. I hope it goes to the moon and I'm wrong. Like the rest of the world, the stock market, you get what you pay for. DD 2.5C is cheap. Okay, play it. Not terrible. Buy a lot of theta. That's what's important on DD. Not so much your strike. You want time. Big time. My math might be off, but why not just avoid the first two chanclas? There's always more. There's like the ammo supply is unlimited. Isn't preschool expensive as fuck? I don't know. Probably. If I ran a preschool, I'd charge a shitload of money for it. It's probably good business. You can kind of charge whatever you want, right? You should do a stream called Dr. Shill where you give relationship advice. She's forgone my allowance due to degenerate behavior. I think that one is TCAT. TCAT's one of several. RSS no longer cares about RRP. New best friend is 100% utilization, according to Ortex. Oh, Jesus. But Ortex data is not accurate. It's also just paid data that's publicly available. Rumors that people that sold calls on SST, even as far out as May, were getting assigned. That makes sense. Especially if they're in the money, right? $15,000 to $2,000 a month per kid. I would charge more. That seems cheap. This is what you do. You target upper middle class wealthy families, right? Provide some educational value at your preschool. Make it seem elite. And then just charge half their income. Like whatever their dual professional income is, you just charge half. They have to pay it. You get all those people that buy BMWs with their home equity because they want to make sure that their kid goes to that school so they can tell other parents that their kid goes to that school. And so they can be friends with parents whose kids go to that school. It's a process, but it's worthwhile. I think there's a lot of profit to be made there. Got stopped out of my spy calls at 2x. I think I might be learning something. Thanks. Fucking awesome, dude. Congrats. No, I can't say I've day traded on psychedelics. Probably freak me out. Thoughts on poor man CC? What timelines and delta values do you like to look for? You can sell them closer because they're hedged. Um, and then, but you want to make sure that your calls in the money, which is hard to do when we're in a descending, like when we're on a decline. Um, so you'd want to buy deep in the money, right? Because you'd want to buy outside of our risk of dropping out of the money. Or you can just do it on extrinsic calls, but it's a little higher risk. Have you discussed that I'm up $120 today and therefore the greatest trader this side of the Mississippi? Congratulations, popcorn. When do I sell my GME 0 DTEs? Do I wait for another test of 150? Will it ever come? Are we going to cross 150 and test 155 today? Maybe. You can buy BMWs with home equity. Oh boy. More profitable than a parking lot REIT? As long as people keep fucking, you'll always have customers, right? You don't deal with it. That's what you hire administrators for. What do you think I'm gonna no, I'm gonna buy the property, build it, have other people fucking run it, collect my cut. I'll open one in Austin, Palo Alto, Westchester, New York. What other town is full of rich young professionals with families? Hmm. I buy GME with my HELOC. Is it too late to hop back in CVS? Probably. Mm, I would just wait for it to hit resistance. Yeah. I don't know if I'd chase this much more. There's only like $3 more of room. One second, guys. I think I bought this in early December, right around the time that Burry went long on it. Um, this isn't a bad like buy and hold though. Especially if you can time one of these dips and get the price a little cheaper. It's a good growth stock. And since Rite Aid's doing so shitty, you know, CVS is becoming the only like local pharmacy for a lot of people. Monopolies always pay off. Parking lots will be obsolete in 10 years. Who cares? No, I would never go to Bakersfield, California. They can ask to speak to whoever they want. That doesn't mean I'm going to speak to them. Oh, son of a bitch. 1 second. You make yourself so unaccessible that when you do deign to speak to someone, they truly feel special. Can we call it the Pickle Educational School for kids who buy weeklies? No, that's behind the Wendy's dumpster. SST breakout incoming? Might just climb back up. Cambridge, Boston, yeah. Competitive though there for the educational scene. AMD is a mega cap above 125. Are there any motivations to keep it a large cap, or does it not matter? I mean, there's motivations from short sellers. Which is ironic because Rite Aid has the cheapest prices out of all three of those. Those stores are all exactly the same in my head. They're actually different. They're different stores. They're different companies. Cheaper than Aldi? Probably not, but more selection, right? Are you selling any CCs for next week? I already did. I'll probably just keep rolling CCs until I start YOLOing into the next expected upwards price movement. What sound isn't poor enough to have an Aldi? It's probably got a Trader Joe's then. What's CC strikes for next week? Gamma Max? I sold them at 180 when we were trading higher. What's a good strike for covered calls? That's something you have to figure out on your own. I don't expect CLVR to make moves in a couple weeks. About a month. Dugston. But I haven't even re-entered the position yet. I'm still waiting for it to fall more. Jesus Christ. What is that? Did you just turn everything on? You know, most of those are the same fucking thing, right? Like, you've got alligator and Bollinger Bands on. Are you gonna average down my BBBY positions, wait for the $16 dip, or start adding now? It doesn't look like it's going to see the $16 dip. God, I should have sold my 0 DTEs at the test of 150. Fuck. Oh well. See if it does it again. Yeah, it looks like it dodged that downside, at least for now. I'm holding shares and some leaps. Thanks, Garrick. Awesome human. Yeah, no problem, man. You can get... Okay. It doesn't matter what the indicators say, only that I have them open. Win, sell BBBY CCs after earnings, probably into earnings. When IV's spiking. Hmm. I wonder if I should buy some more BBBY before it hits 20. I don't know. Bought enough yesterday. Right? Awesome, Nedog. Cool, dude. I mean, if their earnings are good, it can only help, right? Any downside to selling BBBY puts for Jan 2023? You have your money locked up for a year, minus the premium. Made 300 on selling CCs for the first time this week. Feels good to make green when my position went down. Congrats, man. Hit the like, least you can do. It is. Thank you, Christopher. I don't trade anything except GME until a month ago. 90% of my days are profitable. Is it really this easy, or are the pickles picks just that good? Could be both. What's easy for some is far harder for others. You don't have to do anything outstanding for outstanding gains. I think too many people get caught up in the complexity, and too many people are vulnerable to the psychology. And that and a lot of fraudulent education and misinformation keep people from being successful at trading and investing. I mean, I don't have to tell you all the picks if you don't want YouTube lube. Don't have to talk about the stocks. Is anyone buying rad leaps for a short squeeze? Why is it going to squeeze? Why not just go out of business? Lots of low volume on BBBY. Morgan Stanley should finish selling somewhere before 331, and the volume has been dying since then. Yeah, I mean, volume on GameStop also dying off, right? They're in similar cycles. What do you mean by fraudulent education? Day trading courses, paid discords, all of it designed to, like benefit the person promoting it, right? Um, especially day trading courses. They are cringy. Rule number one is no one ever sells anything in the financial market that makes money. If it makes real money, no one's giving it away. No one's telling people about it. No one's informing people about it. It's kept quiet until every last bit of money that can be harvested out of it has been, and then they sell it to people. Because it still looks kind of good. Have you ever seen stocks with pending dividends or splits? Yeah, especially if stocks are already very liquid or splitting, you can see them drop. Yeah, I see cat at 217.60. I'm aware. I have limit buys if the options go up enough. I don't really have a paid, yeah, but it's not like you're paying me to teach you stocks, right? If anything, the paywall in the Discord is just so people can associate with other people that are also seriously interested in trading. And that's the cost of entry. And I provide it, but it's not I'm not going to teach you how to be a millionaire in there. I'll tell you right now. Through practice and educating yourself and working with a group of like-minded individuals, you may find yourself in a position where you were able to generate income from trading. Or don't. I don't really give a shit. I mean, that's the truth of it, though. It's not a course. It's not going to make you a better trader unless that's something you're personally invested in becoming. I have options on my WeBull account, but not at paper trading. Any ideas why? Am I missing something? Wait, what? Your paper trading account may not have options, or the option to do options. Some of them don't. Some of them just only allow you to trade stock. TDA has paper trading for options. I paid good money to be a zillionaire, to ignore your picks and advice and lose money. Demulsify, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire. I appreciate it. It's the Pickles picks, which, you know, are just stocks that I'm looking at for the week, like short DDs that I do on other tickers, are available in the Zillionaires Country Club. Tesla to at most 1050, 1060 end of day, down to 110, possibly 1K next week. I agree on the turnaround, but don't forget their splits approaching, and that's going to put a lot of pressure in that $1,000 price range. So even though there's a chance for it to slip to that like 112 level, and it's at 112, Carl, you're about $2 off. It's don't forget the interest in the split. Once I've harvested all the proprietor information from the friendometer, I'll sell it to you. I don't know. I don't know if I want to buy it. No lie, you being MIA in the morning yesterday was a good reminder to all of us you won't always be there providing free info, and we should be grateful that you even do this at all. Thank you. I mean, I don't mind, but yeah, I probably won't be here forever. Why do some of my trades generate a screen that says this trade requires 100% margin? Because that trade requires margin, or you don't have enough collateral. GME usually requires 100% margin. No, you're $2 off, Carl. Please be here forever. Can you explain what happens to my current call strikes post potential split? Or is there a video for it already? Thanks. It depends on the type of split we undergo. In a forward split, your contract split, and a split dividend, the number of shares underlying the contract split. In a non-even split, so like a 3-2 split or a 4-2 split, you will receive. Yeah, that will also increase the underlying shares in the contract. So it's either underlying shares or more contracts, depending on the type of split we undergo. Is there any difference in buying shares pre-post split when considering covered calls? I mean, if the price of the shares post split goes up, yes. I mean, it's a growth stock, so over time, we do expect GameStop's value to increase, right? So, shares bought here are better than shares bought here for the purposes of covered calls. The split doesn't really make a difference, but the value of the underlying does. Like if GME splits, right, it runs up into a splits, and the price comes down, but that generates, FOMO into the stock because now people can afford it and drives the price back up to pre-split levels. Then you'll probably wish you'd bought, shares in this range than, over here. Cog double bottom bounce. Don't like double bottoms that much. What time frame? The descending wedge looks good, turd, but the double bottom doesn't. Does that even start back here? Yeah. Could break. This EMA test is really important. Or actually, the way this is set up, you could probably use MACD. Yeah. So this MACD crossover is going to be pretty relevant for confirming this bounce. The divergence is bullish. So if volume continues to decline a little bit into that test, it looks good for a breakout. I don't like that this bottom had more volume than this. Although this wasn't really in the same range. But it could be good because it could be the volume on the turnaround is picking up, indicating long pressure. I mean, I like where the MACD is now. The entry's good. But I'd be careful of that resistance. I wish I could set this to just reset to GameStop so I don't have to keep flipping back and forth between them. You just hit refresh and it goes back to GameStop. Okay, this is doing kind of exactly what we thought it would do. GameStop sort of doing what we thought it would do. Fortunately, I got out of my calls at 147, but I should have just sold them at 150. Will you continue to Twitch stream during and after MOASS? I mean, I might not during MOASS, but maybe after. Do people actually fucking watch that thing? What happened to all the shills? Where are they at? They're gone. So we're gonna run again. Do all splits generally generate a shared recall? Usually. Was there a Gurk's greatest moments of 2021? I don't think so. I'm concerned that your Twitch stream is taking away from your cardio. I just do it in between. Which is concerning, so I'm concerned. I did it between yesterday, between the two streams. How long do you see AMD staying under 106? Not very long. Unless the market crashes. It should be good to turn around. I'm still selling calls on GameStop right now. I'm not buying any. I did a bit of a write-up in today's daily on kind of what I expect for price action over the coming weeks. Quick thoughts on Ader. Needs more time. It's not a very good play. If you want to buy cheap stock and have it go slightly up, sure. But I think there's bigger moves on the horizon. Just not yet. What's up, Bullsy Blues? Hey, Dee Dee's doing a thing. Let's save it again? Wow. A little bit. So many shares. Jesus. Uh, looks like a break of the top after accumulation. These guys do again, the oil natural gas company. Yeah, looks good. I think that's gonna keep moving up. I don't know how much, but up. SST still alive? Dead for the rest of the today, I think. Maybe a little more action late afternoon. Do you listen to yourself, watch your own vids? Basically never. Even 30 minutes with after hours looks good. It has like pretty big movements in after hours. Why not look at after hours? I don't understand. Traders are like, I only look at things on the 3 minute time frame and I turn off after hours. It's ridiculous. So much institutional movement happens in after hours. Why ignore it? I understand the idea because of illiquidity, the range of those moves is greater, but you can smooth that out. What price would you do some cash secured puts when we find a bottom? I don't think we've done that yet. What do you think of holding Tesla as a long stack? I have Tesla already. I saw covered calls on it, but I'm ready to bail on my position if it approaches anywhere near my fucking cost basis. Um, I think the company's overvalued wildly. Um, I think that'll be realized in the event of a market crash, probably more so than other companies. Later, Super Saint Sludge. What level membership for Pickles Picks? Dillionaires. Gaja Classic Pro, Breville Bambino Plus. Gaja Classic, without a doubt. You want to get the OPV mod for it though, which allows you to change the pressure. It's just a spring, and you open up the top of the machine and you replace a spring in it, and it lowers the brew pressure. Um, and then that's it. You can install a PID later on if you want to add some more functionality to it, but that's really all you need to do to it. What's in Pickles Picks? Stocks that I'm looking at for the week. I do like a short DD on like however many tickers I'm looking at to play the coming week. Thoughts on adding a risky pickle rating? 5 pickles equals lower risk. 1 pickle equals higher risk, etc. That's a weird rating system. Why not 1 pickle is low risk, 5 pickles higher risk? If something's high, most of the stocks I pick for Pickles picks aren't very high risk. Um, I usually put a warning if I think something is super high risk. Why would it run on 420? I'm looking for T plus from the drop, not the run. Lever machine's greater than pumps by a long shot, if you want to deal with that. You have more control on a lever machine, but it's a whole different animal, right? Would you wait until AMD breaks 104.57 before buying calls? No. Not really concerned with the upside. Either the market continues down and AMD gets dragged down with it, or AMD bounces. AMD also has earnings coming up, which is usually good. What are you getting into this weekend? I don't know. I have some things I have to do today, but maybe I'll stream one day. We'll see. Chu, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord to get added to the country club.
Birthday, Gert.
Thank you.
Yeah.
B-Jets, what does the options chain look like? For GameStop? Meh. Kind of indecisive. Longs are picking up positions on the dips, but they're also taking profits on the run-ups. So there are longer positions building, but slowly. What vape device are you using? I have a GTX Go 80. It's alright. Bit dated, but has BBBY earnings tickled your pickle at all? I mean, we'll see. I have a long position. Have you read into the BCG lawsuit against GameStop claiming GME owes them over 30 million? Not really. I don't care. It's $30 million. Who gives a shit? I don't even know why they're fighting it. The old management made a shitty deal, right? You sell AMD in the run up to earnings or after? Depends on if it hits my price targets or not. No, BBBY is not a reg show. SST falling? No, just sideways. Literally higher than it was 2 hours ago. You have a recommended reading list? The wiki on the Discord, r/pickle financial. I don't know if the claim's wrongful. It was a shit deal put in place by the old management. And, you know, overbilling is definitely, well, not definitely, but probably the cause of fighting it. I'd imagine that they'll reach some sort of settlement. Does it make sense to sell CCs for BBBY into earnings? Sure. It's usually the best time to sell covered calls. I don't want to take a lot of risk on them, but I made $20 on SST. Am I a hedge fund now? Do you have any strategies for selling 0 DTE CCs? Ideally, catch the opening peak. You can. I don't. Why? The value of selling covered calls is selling the theta, which is overpriced on GameStop. And volatility. So why wouldn't you want to sell them for longer? Like Moonwind does that. I don't fucking get it. Like he'll wait till like minutes before close on Friday and sell covered calls like at the money, putting himself through 45 minutes of agony for no reason. That was old me. I do weeklies now. You're learning. And the fucking webcam models are really hitting up chat today. You guys been spending all those post-run tendies? Why aren't we watching Moonwind live stream instead? Because he's the one begging me for financial advice. 125 your PT for AMD? Like 120. And really, my PT is 112. And then following whatever bullish trend continues from there. Why does certain puts get more expensive the further out of the money? Their delta values locked, so you're just seeing the increase in IV over the smile. Because IV is higher at the opposite ends of the chain. So since delta's locked because of the incoming potential deal, then the IV is the only thing affecting price, and IV at the out of the money calls is higher. But you really, Moon, what you're saying is you sent the government $130,000, but you actually need, 200,000, right? Because you need the 130 for the down payment plus the taxes on that 130. What's the story behind theming your brand around pickles? I didn't. Gherkin was my like gamer tag and my name on Reddit. Spoon lady? I prefer spoon man. But I saw it. What's the dark pool percentage for GME? Who gives a shit? Elevated? I'm gonna check anyway, but I don't know why. Over 50%. That's confusing. One of these says 47, the other says 51. Not a lot of interest today. Look at our volume. It should be lower today anyway. It was elevated yesterday. So hopefully end of day we'll see it drop sub 50%. If dark pool volume drops off, the price will generally increase. So if we see more upside today, we should see lower dark pool volume or dark pool utilization. Is the best way calls for the week of AMD earnings now or wait until you get closer to the date? It's better to buy them now before the IV picks up. But it's also better to buy them further out so you don't get crushed. Are you long GME? If so, why? I see it as a excellent value investment that has the potential to squeeze, as well as being a good income generator. It's got a little bit of everything. It's a good stock. I worry about taxes next year. Plenty of time. I feel like that's what got you in this situation this year, though. Why not just deal with the taxes up front? Irresponsible. Not that I'm surprised. It's you, but thank you for showing up every day and providing the community with a place to learn and laugh. No matter the stock price, we can all gather and laugh and forget about our awful lives. Thanks, TV. I hope it does. 160 safe for CCs next week? Bit risky. Someone seriously just asked why long GME? It's an okay question, right? My life is not awful though. We know JFresh. Where can I see Pickles picks for next week, sir? They come out Sunday, usually late. Late Sunday night. I tried it. Sometimes I need to check futures and I need to check the Chinese markets before I post them. So it can be anywhere from 6 p.m. on Sunday to after midnight Eastern time. So the best thing I can say is check them before market open on Monday and they'll be up. Just got my Starlink set up. So this one's likes to have decent internet. Interesting. That's not how I've heard Starlink described before. Is there a way to dodge the upcoming possible share recall? Meaning dodge possible buying billions of shorts? Sure. Fail it. If there's no share recall, they can fail to deliver. It still puts a time frame on it, but it might be a more equitable environment for them to cover in at that point. Still bad. Still lots of buying. Is average true range a decent lazy man's gamma max? Example, double or triple, whatever ATR is, boom, gamma max. Not really, but kind of. Thoughts? No. Gamma max can diverge greatly from average true range. It depends on FOMO. I mean, sure, if we're trading flat with a million volume, but you could just use VWAP with extended bands. Or Bollingers. I mean, but no, gamma maxes can move a lot more than that. Don't get me wrong, before I knew gamma max, I would just sell CCs above. If I didn't want to be assigned, I would just sell CCs above like Like the upper daily Bollinger. Because you'd always have plenty of time to buy them back. To be fair, the market's a lot more volatile now than it used to be, though. Does Casley's push me to make a 225 test next week seem reasonable? No. Fall back below 217.50. It still doesn't have the strength it had on its last run. So still consolidating, but it's finding a new range to consolidate in. I'm starting to feel like it's building up enough support that I'll feel confident entering 220s for the next move, or 215s if it drops low enough. If I have DTEs for a call, where does theta fall off hard? Right around there. 30 DTE, it falls off a lot harder. Where do we find Gamma Max data for free or cheaply without you? You don't? I want to play some MTG Arena later. Stream that game? Not really. I really have no interest in giving Wizards of the Coast my money anymore, and I don't like what they've done with Magic over the last couple of years. I definitely feel like I'm getting my money's worth for my Billionaire membership. Awesome. A comment a day keeps the ouchie downs away. What's the news with SST? It's consolidating. CNS clearance of FTDs. There might be another. There was a pressure wave this morning. There might be another pressure wave next Tuesday. Depending on how much OI is closed over the weekend. I'll check Monday morning. I did a video on it this morning. You can check it out. Assuming transformation goes ahead as planned, when do you see GME joining the S&P 500? Year or two, maybe? Pretty good for funsies and drafts. Yeah. What's the DD play? Seeing if it bounces, mostly. If there's another bullish surge in the Chinese market, it'll move back up. It's a big company. Tell us the truth. You only like Heiken Ashi candles because they turn red candles into green ones. They also turn green candles into red ones. Salman Chowdhury, welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up. I'll get you added after the stream. Just DM me on the Discord. Is Forex the fastest way to make money? No. Options are definitely the fastest way to make money in retail or crypto. Do you view the release of the GME marketplace as a big deal? The release of it? No. The revenue stream from it and the announcement of those earnings? Yes. How do you tell if consolidation is bullish? Looking at HD. I would say this is... I assume you mean here on the daily? This isn't very bullish. It's failed this test 5 times now. It'll probably recover to the downside. I mean, if it continues to push against this 310, 311 resistance, it could move up more. But right now, it looks like it's weakening. Volume's declining. So I would expect at least a return to like VWAP, like 308. And then before it can retest, and maybe even a drop further given how hard it moved up. Like, very possibly like back to like 305, 306. Why are there cooling off periods on stocks like that? Because people take gains, right? People sell. Just on a house in YOLO and GME BBBY calls. That sounds like a not smart thing to do. Here's the 199 you told me to send you. Thanks, Velvet. Appreciate it. I'll use it for that thing later. Anyone who wants free Billionaire membership, all you gotta do is stock trade, not options trade, pickles picks, and you very likely will at least get membership profits. $25 per profit per month. Be hard not to. Well, I mean, not necessarily. You can just lose that money too. They're in the Billionaires Country Club. Lots of pickles picks questions today. Somebody start like advertising my memberships or something? It wasn't me. Fuck you, Moonwind, you cheap bastard. Where's Carl? Carl, timeout Moonwind. Somebody fishing to see if you're doing something illegal? Okay. I put up ads on Facebook. Thanks, Carl. Can you provide a screenshot of old pickles pics and announcements to showcase the type of things you mean? Sure. You can't even give a financial advisor manages your assets. There are some particular state laws that can muddle that, but not really anything with interstate commerce. You know, as long as you're not managing otherwise DFE would be in fucking jail, right? Because they would have put him in jail if they could have. And he was a registered financial advisor. Series 7, the whole deal. A lot of people try to get free pickles picks in here too. I mean, you guys kind of do get them, just later. Somebody time Gurk out. He's yelling at me for playing a stock his own indicator picked, and because I asked him advice on a dividend stock, SWN, my company paid me years ago. Mini party of one. What about MMAT? 2 Dans, 1 Subway Cup. I'm not pulling up MULN. It's dead. Enjoy the bag hold. Just one more. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, or you guys can always check if you want to get added sooner. You can check the announcements channel in the pins section. There's the instructions for linking your account, and then you can also add a moderator if you're having any trouble. Thank you.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Been here a long time. What do you think of SMG?
Not a cult.
Scott's Miracle Grow. Fertilizer? Interesting. Do they sell fertilizer? Lawn and garden care. Indoor and hydroponic solution. Yeah. The subsidiaries. It's relatively cheap. You might be able to get it cheaper in a few weeks. I don't know what the bull case is on this. Global warming destroying people's lawns. Seems like speculation went through the roof and then died off really, really hard after May of last year. I wonder if are they like cyclical? They seem to be a little bit cyclical. Overperforming in the spring and summer months, which kind of makes sense, I guess. Not a bad price for a long entry, but you might be able to get a cheaper one. Scott's is heavily invested in marijuana. That's probably a good idea, but I feel like large scale marijuana manufacture growing is probably going to be done outdoors. Like if you see federal legalization, they might not benefit that much. I expect the biggest benefactors of federal marijuana legalization are going to be large tobacco companies and companies like Monsanto. And Monsanto was buying up strains from private growers starting about 3 years ago. It's climate change now, whatever. If I buy shares today, will I get a vote? Yeah. Why not? Is today the day of record, supposedly? Can you elaborate why MULN is dead, please? Because it was a pump and dump, and it looks like everyone's out. The company has no future. Their financials are terrible. You missed the boat. Which wasn't a great boat to begin with, frankly. I always park half my money on satirical. It's the Burke for pores. Monsanto would pose ethical questions for me. They're good at making money. I'm bad if you answered this already, but I didn't catch it if you did. Should I sell my 180 call that expires next Friday today? Or hold, do you think? I have a 180 for next Friday. I don't think it's going to go in the money. Looks like we're going to have a little bit more upside today. Maybe. Max pain for today, I believe, at 152.50, but the 30-day, 60, and 90-day max pain are all at 150. What would cause you to go shirtless in relation to GME? I don't know. That sounds like, why would I take my shirt off because of a stock? $23andMe looks like it's about to bounce bigly. It's looked like that for like 4 months. You're gonna make Gherk A? Probably not. That's what initially drew me to the stock market, Broham, fertilizer guy extraordinaire. Was that in the stock market, all knowledge has value if applied correctly, right? And as someone who liked to learn a lot of things about a lot of different things, it appealed to me to be able to turn that knowledge into something tangible. Then I worked in institutional finance, and all of that was drained out of me. Now I am a husk. Concern troll here. I'm concerned now that our short squeeze got 2 squeeze plays correct, SST and Ader. The evil hedge funds will invade it for scammy pump and dumps. Thoughts? I mean, it was already full of scammy pump and dumps. SST is a scammy pump and dump. That doesn't mean you can't make money on it, but so's Ader, right? Citadel is one of the largest holders for SST, is that true? I can't find confirmation of those 13Fs, but possibly. I mean, they're the market maker on it, so. Do you think 23andMe needs a catalyst before it will do anything? It needs to do something before it'll do anything. They have a lot of bullish thoughts, but right now they're just like Theranos, but less illegal. Kirkshire Fregaway. Well, shares aren't recalled, right? Or are satisfied through ETFs. This will depend greatly on the run up into the split. If GameStop can 3x in value before the split, then ETF holdings of GameStop pre-split will increase in size relative to the increase in market cap of GameStop. I don't know why I wrote in. Hold on. GME and ETFs, not ETFs and. So ETF holdings go up, and they could potentially use this ETF creation to cover their share deficit. But you know, that'll be due in T plus 6 plus 35, C plus 3 days, right? So ultimately they would have to still cover, but after the split, right? So post split. And this is advantageous because they get to cover in a higher liquidity environment. But it would require GameStop's value going up drastically pre-split. Which I'm okay with, right? And would still trigger a squeeze, right? Because still a larger volume of shares would need to be purchased than are available, right? They're just offsetting it. And that also requires there to be no share recall. But ETFs really can't recall their shares. It's tricky. So they could get away with it by doing that, but not for long, right? Rug Pullapotamus, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME.
If I got this right, GME is already allowed for. No, they're allowed to increase. It's not that they're allowed for a stock dividend. They're only allowed currently to increase the size of the float up to 3 million shares. So this is the progression. You have corporate charter. Vote. Split announcement. Split. I'll clip that. Is it hard to trade options? Yeah, no. CNBC just reported that activist investor Frag has secured controlling interest in Prague. New ticker effective May 1st to be Frog. Thanks, a user. Selling 0 DTE CCs at 150? Really? Just a thank you, man. Truly appreciate you. But real quick, where do I find Pickles Picks? Is it a weekly thing? Yeah, they come out every Sunday. Thank you for those, Salmon, or that one that repeated itself. I appreciate it, man. It's in the Dillionaires Discord channel. You have to link your YouTube to your Discord, And then it's in the announcements channel for the Billionaires Country Club. It's called Pickles Picks. And then every week there's a new thread. And I tag everyone in it, so it should highlight when it's done. I would check them Monday morning before market open is usually when they'll be completed by. This cycle is definitely not like the others. Well, it's not and it is. Right? It's similar, it's more similar to Feb to June and less similar than post June to August or August to November. I understand why Mulan would be dead because it's a shit company. Sometimes shorts aren't wrong, Hayden. They got squeezed a little, mostly by the CEO. Even if it runs again, it's going to be a while. I'll go over it, but it's just like... not looking great, right? Like, it hit its previous resistance. It's falling back down. Most of the short position currently built in this range from its peak at $15. And the company is like, it's being overshorted, but it's also just not a good company. They're not successful anyway. They're not generating profit. So, you know, see this volume decline over the course of this run? This is played out. So it's not like it's going to pop anytime soon. If you want to bag hold it for a year and see what's going to happen to it, be my guest. Sometimes shit gets shorted and distorted into the dirt because it's actually not worth anything. Shorts aren't usually wrong ever. They just happened to be with some stocks. Mostly GameStop. Where in there is the ex-dividend date? Slightly before the split. It will be announced along with the split announcement. There is no ex-dividend date because there's no dividend announced yet. There's no split announced yet. So split FOMO may not happen until June at the earliest. Yeah. Everybody's just like, I think everybody's just still all jacked up for what's likely to be a multi-month process. Yeah, they need to vote on increasing the cap, which they won't need to do again for a long time. No, not necessarily puts, because we're not going, this is kind of the problem. We're not going down hard or fast, right? They're not pushing very directly down on the stock. Most of our price loss has been due to longs capturing profits. There's been some short interest, but it's been minimal, right? We've been seeing the borrow rate decreasing. We haven't been seeing a lot of in the money puts coming in. So, you know, the short side on this post run period is much weaker than it's been in previous runs. And all our other runs, they slam the price immediately after the peak, and then slow bleed it out for weeks and weeks and weeks on end, right? Until the next OPEC cycle, and when they cover the obligations for doing that. This time we don't see those positions being built up, and so it's part of it is, you know, there's risk, right? There's institutional long interest in GameStop now, and it's risky for them to put up those put walls. The other part is, you know, they borrowed so heavily that they really want to return those shares and clear out those FTDs before they create another FTD pile up in GameStop and cause another Book of MOASS squeeze. So they over leveraged themselves. They, you know, they kicked their obligations and out an entire month. You know, they maximized their internalization, and now they're in a position where it's harder for them to suppress the price because they're still recovering from all the suppression in the previous quarter. Is Gerd completely out of SST? For now, yeah. You address my Kofi question? Oh shit, I'm sorry. Did I miss one? I apologize, Anthony. Best chance to squeeze is headed towards stock dividend yearly meeting. Remember, institutions will get a stock dividend, and I'm not so sure they'll want to keep 3x or more GME on their books, so I expect a large part of their stock as dividend to be sold. In my eyes, squeeze after summer diminishes bigly. I mean, it doesn't change their shareholding, right? And in fact, institutions are more likely to hold post split than they are pre split, because it increases their leverage on the stock. They have more loanable shares. If the value of the stock rises back to, you know, the same level post split, they've made a huge amount of additional profits, right? Also, most institutional ownership in GameStop is in ETFs. Nasty Nate, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. And so ETFs are really unlikely to sell any of their holding, as are mutual funds. And that's the vast majority of GME institutional ownership as of the last 13F report. I think that'll change going into these next 13F reports. I think we're going to see more institutional long interest, but still marginally so, right? Like, there's going to be more speculation, but not more direct investment. Tim F, if you told me I would understand any of that explanation 6 months ago, I would have laughed in your face. Thanks for the education and all the wrinkles. You got it, Tim. Thank you so much, dude. Netflix run next week. I'm still waiting on it to break that upper. I'm still holding 480s or 380s rather, but I'm waiting for it to break up above 365, which it has not done yet. If it hasn't broken 365 by earnings or close to earnings, I'll probably buy like a straddle on it. But I still have May 380s. Vlad Marinescu, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. All of you guys that are becoming Dillionaires, hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the country club. after the stream if you DM me, or you can check the announcements channels for the instructions on linking your Discord and your YouTube, and that'll unlock the channel if you're a member. If I sign up for Dillionaire, will I get unmanned from Discord? Unbanned? What were you banned for? Were you... It's pretty hard to get banned from my Discord, so what were you doing? Thank you for explaining the nuance of the institutional holding after dividends. In response to my Ko-Fi, enjoy your weekend. You too, Anthony. Paper trade contest and a Dillionaire to winner. I can't give away Dillionaire because YouTube doesn't allow for that. I could send someone like a Google Play gift card, which is odd, but sure. I don't know. That seems like a shitty prize. Maybe I'll think of something. Netflix must be stopped. Why? What'd they do? What'd they do to you? No problem, Olga. Thank you. Just rejoined. Do I have money yet? I don't know. My IRNT CSPs may not be assigned. Glory be to the Lady VWAP. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. Not a physical GME share. It gets tricky giving away equities as prizes. I'm not a licensed brokerage. It's, yeah, no. You can account yourself by Dillionaire, send them the password, but then they can't be them. That's kind of shitty too, right? Or I guess they could link that YouTube to their... Ugh. It's so like, what a shitty process that YouTube's supposed to be adding it so I can give out memberships, and if I can, I will. But they haven't added it yet. SST dead? Still just consolidating. But, I mean, it was dead after this morning's run for the day. Autographed VWAP hat. Share website? It seems they're... using to get their first DRS seems easy. Ew. Can we win these coupons, or better yet, Trader Joe's? Explain birds yet. Birds are a group of warm-blooded vertebrates constituting the class Aves. Characterized by feathers, toothless beaked jaws, laying of hard-shelled eggs, and high metabolic rate. I'm forgetting one. Four-chambered heart, and strong yet lightweight skeletons. XRT has more of a chance today. XRT's doing okay today. Okay volume. Not a lot, but okay volume. What's your 10-second pitch to convince someone to become billionaires? Oh, I don't give a shit. Do it if you want to. For SST, do you think Delta Hedge can start Monday if enough contracts get exercised? Yeah, it could. How does this bird knowledge just help us with options trading? I was just... he's been waiting a while for me to explain birds to him. That's not a very good pitch. Then don't become a zillionaire. What brokerage does Gherkin use for options? I use primarily WeBull in this order actually. IBKR, then WeBull, then Schwab, and then Tastyworks. But then I have to get an ISDA, Chad. Insomniac, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance.
Are birds afraid of interstellar fairy cats? Of course. I'm afraid of interstellar fairy cats. You never know what they'll do next. Capture profits on SST and about to make some extra selling CCs on popcorn. Thank you. It wouldn't be possible without you. Learned more and made more money in the past years than 10 plus years selling MFs. Awesome, dude. Fuck mutual funds. They suck. IBKR same like Robinhood? No. Does IBKR have better trailing stop options orders types than WeBull? Yes. They have way more options available. You can also program like algorithmic stops, and like you can program like multiple exit strategies, things like that in IBKR. You can't do that in WeBull. WeBull, however, will sometimes, inexplicably to me, fill you at market open on the previous day's closing price. And that alone has made me a lot of money. I actually don't like dislike WeBull for options trading. I just don't like it for like holding stock. They're backed by a really big bank. They're backed by Mellon Bank of New York, which is like one of the largest banks. So they have good backing, and if you can ever actually get in touch with their options desk, can be very helpful. But otherwise, they really have no customer service, and they are a payment for order flow brokerage, which people have a problem with. Sorry, I had to be out for a while this morning. Any updates on someone selling their warrants? Why'd you sell your warrants, Walford? You don't need 100 million for an ISDA. You can just have a farm. Can I convert knowledge of birds into money in the stock market? Maybe. Seventh test of 311 on HD bullish. Lucky number 7 indicator. I told you it looks like it's losing steam, and the resistance is strong. So it'll probably consolidate to the downside or more sideways before breaking up. So you're looking for a breakdown while the long side recuperates from its incessant push of 310 or 311. And then hopefully at some point a breakout. It's actually a good entry point given how strong the push for 311 is. I'm playing with Cash App and Square Bank. Not my favorite brokerage. Not really a brokerage. I would say you definitely don't own your shares that you own there. Yeah. Also no options, so it's just yeah. It's like a mobile game. Like Robinhood. To this day, I can't go to Virginia because of warrants. Okay, I'm kidding, but my license is legit suspended in Virginia for speeding and radar detector possession back in the 1990s. I don't think you're missing anything by not being able to go to Virginia. I think you'll be okay. Yeah, it's just consolidating. This is what we wanted, right? We wanted to see that early morning spike, then intraday CNS consolidation as they attempt to bleed out the FTDs. It's literally the exact price action I described last night and this morning. So I'm still pretty bullish on it. What I'm more bullish on is my 145s that I bought back into on GameStop. I really hope it can break on this test. It looks good. Yeah, this will probably be the last ones I can enter today, too. MA200 down means that institutions are less interested or that longs are accumulating. I don't think the moving average 200, the 200-day moving average is going to tell you a lot about what institutions are doing, but has it really moved down much? I don't think so. And the 50 is moving up, which is showing nearer term interest. We're seeing a little decline in the 200 MA, but did it really have a bump anywhere? I mean, we're trading much lower than we were quite some time ago. The last rise in the 200 MA was back in November, like just after November's price action. So, I would say until we reach much higher price levels, the 200 MA is going to continue declining. But right now, we're on track for a golden cross. Like this is moving into a cross of the 200 moving average by the 50 to the upside. The 50 is moving up. So that means near-term interest is picking up. Long-term interest might be declining. But that's, just lower volume expectations, right? I think on the 4-hour, we already have a golden cross, which isn't the most popular time frame, but it's one institutions pay attention to. Whatever happened to Home Depot, Hank? Who cares? That guy caused more problems than he ever solved. When's SPY gonna break 450? Hmm. 20C next week expiry, BBBY thoughts. I don't like BBBY short-term options. Did you say now is a good time to buy or roll my CSPs down and out? I wonder if this is our floor. It could be. Weekly CCs on the bottom probably weren't bad. I wouldn't play them further than that though, because we could continue. We're in a downtrend. You generally don't sell long dated CCs while you're in a downtrend. I found max returns from taking trend analysis on Twitter, boiling that down into companies that have high growth potential, good leadership, and throwing that away and buying certain puts. I mean, CERN's an interesting play, right? Melissa Belinsky, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. Whatever happened to wheat thick? I'm still in on wheat. Thickly. I'm thickly in on wheat. Thoughts on Ader? Not yet. I have thoughts on it, and my thought is not yet. Do you leave extended hours on more often than not? Depends on the underlying. Not always. I would say it's about 50-50. Some stocks don't even trade in after hours. No point. What's a golden cross and implications for GME? Well, if we see a golden cross on the daily where it really matters, it's considered a signal of a long-term investment entry. It is a bullish long cross. So the price and it usually is delayed from the low, unfortunately. But an entry at a golden crossover is considered, a cheap entry for a long position in the underlying. It's moderately reliable. Looking at the history of golden crosses on that asset is pretty important. Some assets, trade relatively flat and have lots of crosses. Some don't. Some it's fairly rare. Like on the SPY, it's extremely rare to experience a death or golden cross. Where can billionaires go for the Cavs cam? That's only available to pigeon whales. We're doing weekly Zag, getting like 450 a week, 30 delta. It's going well, but I'm foolishly trying to milk premiums as much as I can to locking my money in shares. I mean, that's how you increase your shareholding, right? Can you give a clear and simple set of rules when to have extended hours turned on? You really like defined parameters, don't you, Stefan? You need to be more flexible in the way you think to be a successful trader. To be really successful. you can be moderately successful with a very strict plan. And part of that strict plan does apply to being very successful. But you need to be more adaptable in the way you think about the market. Trying to set something in stone is not going to work out well for you. Extended hours can vastly change EMAs and MAs. Yes. Does the underlying support that change? You know, if a stock frequently moves $5 overnight, is that $5 gain or loss realized the following day and supported? Do institutions support those price improvements or drops even though they occurred during the illiquid environment of pre-market or aftermarket? That's the question, is who's backing the aftermarket movements on the underlying asset? I feel like you hate Stefan, but also want Stefan to take him under your wing and make him a great trader. Mostly just can't stand him. Sometimes I see a little bit of what I was like when I first started trading in him, and I think that makes me nostalgic, and it shouldn't. If I follow Max Payne, is writing put calls basically free money? No. There's always risk. Upgraded membership to Long Johnson. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. I appreciate it, dude. My day's going pretty well. Can you tell me to fuck off? Would make it even better. Fuck you, JFresh. Also, stop killing all the birds. The government needs them to spy on people. That's a big 10-4. Finally part of the Dilgenerates. One day we shall requeue and gain access to those calves. Band it over. Thank you, Bo. I appreciate it, man. The inability to make decisions. I saw that I was dumb and poor, just inexperienced. Also, I'd approached it from an institutional background where, you know, you have very defined trade parameters, and as an individual, it's harder to be profitable in those ranges because you don't have the liquidity, or you don't have the capital to back up, you know, well, you don't have the capital to be profitable on such small, strict movements. Also, is 180 safe for today? Indubitably. So volatile extended hours equals turned on extended hours only if the volatility in after hours is supported by the market. You'll get used to it. You'll be able to notice it at a glance. Sometimes after hours volatility is not supported in a liquid market. And that, you know, that tells you a different set of information about the stock. Usually you'll see aftermarket volatility unsupported during daytime trading hours when a stock is more illiquid. Some stocks aren't very illiquid in after hours. Some stocks have lots of interest. This is one of the problems with going to learn other assets coming from GameStop, is that you're used to a heavily manipulated, highly volatile stock. And, you know, you're looking at things that aren't very volatile, have very high interest, and are highly liquid, which means less volatile, right? No, no big news. Not since the 8K. Is CNS just the process that tries to clear FTDs? Is that what suppresses the price during 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.? Yeah, also 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. It doesn't suppress the price. The price suppression is in order for those FTDs to be cleared automatically through CNS at cheaper prices, right? CNS does the clearing, the hedge funds get the bill. Yes, the market supports the change of price. It means that, you know, the price stays in the range after its hours movement, after its after hours movement. And sometimes there's large after hours fluctuations like Netflix post earnings, right? Where it's volume backed. So it's a volume supported move in after hours, and has reflected the shift in trend of Netflix's prices since it occurred, right? This is very important. If you have after hours turned off, you know, if you're looking at the daily, remember that you already have after hours turned on, right? Um, and that's why you can't separate it. I would assume if we finish above max pain today, 180 will be more of a problem. But if we finish below 150, 180 will be safe. Max pain today is at 150, 250. We're below it. I doubt highly we're gonna close above it. If we close at it, that would be probably the most bullish scenario. 30-day max pain is at 150. But that's, you know, more expirations, not just weeklies. So I need to pick up around 10 shares of GME to reap the bennies of covered calls, debilitating on grabbing them here around 150, deliberating on grabbing them here around 150, or do you feel like we're going to continue down into OPEX? I mean, we're in a descending channel. It's going to continue until it breaks to the upside. It's consolidating, which is bullish, but I think it's going to continue down. I think IV is going to continue to crush. IV down already 30% this week. I think it's going to go down more. Imagine if you'd entered calls 5 days ago for months out, you know, at a 30% increased cost. So patience, and you need 100 shares of GameStop to sell a covered call, not 10. Um, Generally the best way to enter them is to wait till there's a bottom in the cycle, a confirmed bottom where we begin to trade flat, and then to sell cash secured puts out of the money in order to harvest premium and to possibly get assigned at favorable strikes. When Netflix bounce, I don't know, it's being a little bitch, isn't it, Carl? I'm sure a lot of people took profits today on SST. It's fine. That doesn't affect the thesis. I have 90, 10 more. Yeah, you need 10 more then. Adabit said calls are 1,000 shares. I got too greedy and now I'm ruined. I'm sorry. Don't do that again, Michael. Wouldn't you need enough money in an account to purchase a cash secured put or margin, but yes. If you can't afford a CSP, you can sell short a long put, and then, or buy, sorry. You can buy a long put and sell naked puts at a lower strike. So just the opposite of a poor man's covered call, right? So your long put hedges your short put. And you can use the capital from the sale of these to buy shares and then exit your long put. It's that time of the cycle. CSP and CC questions for Gherk all day. Yeah, it's, I mean, understandably confusing for some people. Does selling CCs reduce the cost basis of my underlying position? Depends on your brokerage, but yes, it does. Some of them don't track it, though. If you can't afford CSPs, I don't think the brokerage is going to give you level 4 access. You'd be surprised. You can get level 4 on WeBull and Tastyworks and TDA, like that. They don't give a shit, as long as you have a margin account. How strong is support as 100 been for AMD? Our CSPs are approximately a 95, a decent bet. Yeah, they are. I already sold some today. I'm willing to buy more AMD below 100. Restless leg syndrome is ruining my afternoon, so go do something else. You don't have to do this. Sitting in a chair for 7 hours is giving me restless leg syndrome. What is dark pool percentage? It was low earlier, like 40. Well, I don't know. I had two different numbers, but I would say around 49%. Should I keep the premium on the short call put, or should I put it into the underlying wheel strategy? It's up to you. You can use it to generate income, or you can use it to increase your investment, right? Fidelity will not. Fidelity hates pores. Yes, they do. So does Vanguard. I borrowed down to 3K shares. Are they getting ready to short? Maybe. You're so supportive. Thanks. I try. SST gonna rocket next Monday and Tuesday for T+2? We'll see. I wouldn't call this a rug pull. It's moving down, but slowly. You scare me about the potential for next week, so I took profits now. And that would have been smart anyway, right? Because there's like an active squeeze scenario in progress. And you didn't have very far dated puts? Sold some 26 CCs on SST. It looks like should have set a lower strike. Maybe. I mean, it could still rebound into the end of the day. WeBull better for CC than Fidelity or E-Trade all cash accounts? Same. There's three things I like about Webull. It's got a fairly friendly UI. It doesn't look like shit. When you're staring at something all day that looks like shit, it's not fun. They have oddly good order execution for options specifically. They have a lot of slippage on buying stock. I don't like it for day trading stock. ATP is probably the best, or IBKR for trading stocks. And there was one more thing. I forgot what it was. Those are the two big ones. Charting. Yeah, but that just kind of falls under UI. You think we could go 350 on the next run or higher? Got to see what floor we hold, right? The potential for our price improvement is very much based on where we start. If we do really good on our trades, can we get a pizza party? Yeah, and you can pay for it. I've used volatility stop before. Sometimes it depends on the underlying. It doesn't always work, and it's not always right. Just like everything else, it has a place, and its utility is relative to the price action of the underlying. There is nothing defined in a chaotic system in the way you're trying to define it. All you can do is minimize risk. You explain the limit price you have at the ready for SST? Why would one set a higher limit than market value? Just trying to learn strat. What do you mean limit price for SST? I'm not even in on SST. I sold all my calls this morning. Is selling theta over the weekends more profitable than through a weeknight? Yeah. You get a little extra theta to sell. How much up would turn 1 cent into 2 cent? It doesn't matter. No one will buy your option. It's dead. How can I maximize risk? Theta is a constant. It is a constant decay. If WeBull didn't use PFOF, I'd use them for everything instead of just charting. But what does a brokerage that doesn't use PFOF look like? First of all, I mean, how stupendously self-important retail thinks it is, in that, you know, payment for order flow is always trying to front run them. What makes you think that institutions want to front run your buys into every shitty stock you pick? They don't. Most of the time, your order just goes through. There are situations where PFOF can fuck you, but only if you're day trading stocks. Otherwise, it keeps the fees minimal. And let me tell you, before PFOF, the fees were extraordinary. Why is there over 50,000 signatures against it then? Because most people don't even know what it does. People think orders go into dark pools and disappear forever. There's so much misinformation that's been spread. It's hard to even combat it, honestly. But against PFOF is terrible. PFOF is what gives us the most liquid and tradable markets in the world. I don't get paid by PFOF. I don't give a shit. Use a broker that doesn't use it. I mean, it's fine. Most do, to some degree. You were always the product, even before PFOF. You just had to pay a fee, right? People still in this super stock state of mind? Maybe. Why are the ads for your stream in Polish? I don't know. I don't make them. You'd think Bernie Madoff would be a fucking hero to fucking Reddit people. Financial criminal who basically just targeted other rich people. He was destroying the system from the inside. The brokerage fight is common with GME. Yeah. Yeah, they're just off exchange internalizers. They don't have a dramatic effect on retail investors, because retail investors don't buy positions large enough to be affected that much by dark pools. Traders get fucked by it a little bit, but retail, like buy and hold investors, not really. 40 cents of slippage per share over the course of a year. You know, it's not like they're Vanguard and they have 50 million shares of the underlying, and that really fucking matters, or Goldman Sachs. The push to get rid of dark pools and PFOF is from the people trying to front run institutional orders with algorithms, or massive institutional longs like JP Morgan, Vanguard, BlackRock. They don't want that. They don't want high frequency trading. They don't want, dark pool manipulation. It hurts their bottom line. Did you watch follow DFE before his GME DD? Also, was there something particular that made you pay attention when it started getting traction? I didn't watch or follow him. I saw some of his posts. I mean, I only ever went on Wall Street Bets to see what I wanted to short and read loss porn because it was funny. He had a excellent analysis of GameStop, and it drew my attention initially. I didn't buy in right away, but after watching it for some time, and then seeing Cohen's initial buy-in August, that kind of got me a little more interested. Burry was already in, which was kind of compelling. And his analysis was great. DFE's analysis was spot on for GameStop, and it was undeniably some of the best DD I'd ever seen on Wall Street Bets, which wasn't a high bar, but it was there. And I didn't even buy that much relatively when I did buy in initially before January, right? I bought, a bunch of options contracts that were cheap as fuck and like 500 shares. My position was minimal until Feb. And I largely bought in Feb for a dead cat bounce, right? I didn't buy in for 6 of them, but I'm okay with it now. Sure, it's parasitic, but so is capitalism. Yeah, but that's not really an issue with dark pools, right? That's an issue with internalization and DMMs on the NYSE. If you want to have your trades influence the market, buy NASDAQ stocks. Can we play options on XRT? Yeah, if you want to. Without PFOF, GME never happens. There is no squeeze. There are no cycles. It's just a $20 stock. 35, but yeah. Like, everyone blames Robinhood for turning off the buy button in January, but frankly, January probably wouldn't have happened without Robinhood. So there's a give and a take there. That easy access to options contracts that allowed retail FOMO to occur, that 15 minutes of wait time to have a marginable trading account, that's unprecedented, right? How do you, farming hobo, how do you come to terms with trading the capitalist financial markets if you're a socialist? May 110Cs on AMD far enough out to capture the next move? I hope so. It's well after earnings, as long as you're not paying additional for earnings IV. I only have leaps on AMD right now. I'll probably buy something shorter term, but is the SST play still on? I think so. Citadel makes most of their money skimming fractions of cents off trades, not always fractions of cents. If Citadel is responsible for what's going on SST right now, they're about to make a shitload of money per share on internalization and using the reg show time machine. If you could manipulate the arbitrage, ooh, and delay it. You know what fixes all of these problems? Instantaneous settlement. I don't see anybody fighting for that. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a blockchain market. Good luck. People don't want to. Nobody wants to trade equities as you know, a physical real asset. There's a reason they don't, uh, serialize stocks, right? It's because they want the liquidity. A blockchain market would dry up that liquidity. It's not desirable. That's what access this rig share time machine. Well, you fail and then you mark long, and ideally with access to ETFs, because then you can mark it even longer. It's like extra long. And then if you're like really good friends with the ETFs, sometimes the trade doesn't even get reported right away. So sometimes you can internalize, then mark long. Look at Schwab. SST ticker is different than what you're showing. They don't have it? Look up Trebia Acquisition Corp. How'd you come across SST? I thought people were trying to pump and dump it in the Discord. Oh no, people can't speculate on their precious stacks. Yeah. What are you doing here? Fucking. I don't understand this mindset of like not making money in the financial market. Like, what the fuck are you doing then? It's ridiculous. You're here to create economic equality? Good fucking luck. I think you might be going about it the wrong way. Yes, I know they do, Stefan. And yes, he did. You do a poll of how many people made a GME wallet already. Why would I care? I think SPY can retest 450 today. It already tested it once. I don't see why not. It looks like it's turning around. AMD pushing sub 100. But not yet. It's trying, but no. Hundreds shockingly strong, Valerie. If it goes sub 100, awesome. For people long. Fair enough, farming. Do you still think retail owns the GME float, or have you changed your mind? I think they own a lot. I haven't really changed my mind. I've never been fully convinced that they own all of it. I've been more convinced at certain points than others. But the information there is not great. Speculative, right? Oh, LOL at people thinking that pigeon whales are smart or responsible enough to try and foist a pump and dump on others when all we do is buy out of the money calls that embarrass even Wall Street bets degenerates. Smart to wait for a bounce on AMD before entering options plays. It may go lower. You could, yeah. I would wait for a bounce. I am. I haven't bought anything extra. AMD calls for April 14th or post earnings. I don't really buy short-term contracts on it. You can look at them. They're riskier. If you are looking at short-term contracts, make sure you're nearer the money because the next test is at 112 and it could fail that to the upside. Remember also that if it falls below 100, it has to then regain 100. So find long on AMD. 6 months, 90 days plus. 90 to 100 plus, 120 plus, depending on where in the quarter you're buying. All of my current contracts are for Jan 2023. They're at 110, 115, and very unfortunately 145. Fair enough. Okay. Can't argue that, Hobo. I ain't falling below 100. All praise Lisa Sue. DTC on LIQT? What the fuck are you talking about? Bart. You make $1,000 from $100 from options. I mean, I had SST calls that I bought for 190 and 125 today that I sold for like 600 and 800 each. So yes, harder. Entry has to be very precise. It's more risk. Here you have trading capital. Here you have risk. As your capital goes up, you can then offset your risk more. So the more money you have, the less risk you have to take. This is why there's a progression, right? From, day trader to swing trader. To market maker. To long-term investor. Look at all the biggest institutions, right? They're all long-term investors. Then the next biggest institutions are market makers. Then the next biggest are hedge funds. And then this is most of retail. Zoomer. Zoomer to boomer. If Kathy Wood bought GME, would that strongly indicate all hope is lost? I mean, any large institution buying a lot of GameStop would be bullish. If you have margin, you can do that. So like on the day of expiration of your CCs, you can I mean, you might as well just buy back the old ones, right? I don't have margin on this account, but I would normally I would just buy these back and then sell them because they're worth $4 now, and I sold them for 228. Should have a level up page so you can see our progress leveling up. It's like 25,000 to like 200,000 to 1+ million to 10+ million. Roughly. Any chance of SST finishing over 25? Maybe. It hasn't dumped. That's a plus. That's all we really care about for SST today, is that it doesn't dump. Do you think we'll be down to 145 by end of day? Maybe. I mean, they're fighting pretty hard for 150. Is it a good time to buy an SST call for next week? Well, or next week is. IV's low. Volume's down. Price is down. It's not the worst time. You're paying a little extra to have the safety of market open on Monday being relatively flat. But you're also taking the risk that it dumps at market open on Monday, which is a possibility. Well, people sold long positions, which lowers implied volatility. If you look for IV, you can use bar chart for free. IV30. HD may be breaking out. I don't think anything's breaking out today. Not in an interesting way, at least. Does selling covered calls affect the price in any way? It reduces. So yes and no. Selling covered calls reduces implied volatility. So the more CCs that get sold, the more IV will drop. IV30 usually. You selling CCs for next week? Already did. Where does bag holding fit into the stages of trading? It's at the part where you're unable to cut your losses because of emotional attachment to your greed. What's the story with SST? I made a video about it this morning. You can go check it out. IV30 versus other values. I mean, IV30 most accurately corresponds to the current price action on the stock. There's IV60, 90. Those are longer term implied volatility. They more or less will show a trend of implied volatility over a longer period of time, right? That's really a longer time frame. So, you know, if IV 90 is very high, it's likely that the IV on the stock will stay high for a long time. You can almost look at IV as like contango and backwardation. If IV is increasing far out on the chain, or if IV is increasing nearer on the chain but not further out, like with earnings calls. Better to sell options on Fridays versus Mondays. You get a little extra from selling on Friday. You get a little more certainty by selling on Monday. I've actually found I've done a couple strats and backtested them on GameStop, and I've actually found that on weeks when we close below max pain by greater than 5%, it's best to sell the covered calls on Friday. Maximum profit is realized on Friday. On weeks when we close at or above max pain, it's best to sell covered calls on Tuesday. Sometimes Monday, but generally Tuesday. Between 9:30 and 11 a.m. Because and this is directly related to GEX exposure, right? And covering. So if cover calls are sold here when the stock peaks on Tuesday, they are more valuable and IV is higher than it is throughout the rest of the week following. On weeks where we close below max pain, the stock tends to drop the following week. Max pain today 152.50 this morning. I've shifted a little, but 150. AMD entry today. I'm just not in a huge rush to enter, but I mean 100's a good price. I don't know what else to say about it. Could it be lower? Sure, but it could also be higher. Where do you find max pain? Just type in GME max pain. First result. Don't use Stonka tracker for that other shitty Wall Street Bets one. Is AMD worth raising my cost basis 5x? You have a AMD position at like $15 or something? $20? Are you gonna like double down your position? Because I won't raise your cost basis 5x. All right, I'm only up $40 today now. I think I may be the 8th best trader this side of the Mississippi. Oh boy. I typed Max Payne GameStop and got S&M website. It's Max Payne GME, not GameStop. There's 800 likes, 900 likes. Drop a like, guys, if you can. Big help. You sure about this downtrend persisting? I mean, until it doesn't. When's the next cycle for BBBY? Looking to hop in on options. Thanks for all you do. May through June. End of May through end of June. More specifically. Is max pain generally that important in determining its end of week price, or not really in your experience? It's extremely liquid, so its max pain is generally near whatever it's trading at close of day on Friday. There's usually not a lot of deviation. But you can't provide the same level of liquidity on blockchain at all, Frank, because of serialization of shares would prevent liquidity, like synthetic liquidity, from being. If I get assigned, it's your fault. I mean, you always blame me when you get assigned, but it's always your fault. Just take responsibility for your shitty stock plays, man. Explain to us why today's 1 minute chart for GME is a fractal of the 1 day chart over the last 16 months. Oh, Jesus. Do you think SST is a bull trap right now? There's no volume on this slight creep up. No, just clearance. Might get a little more volume after 310 when CNS closes. Just go to maximum-pain.com. If you can't find, Jesus Christ, seriously, people can't find fucking max pain at this point? I promise there's some explanation with the chart. I mean, yeah, right? They're both settlement of obligations. CNS on a small scale, GameStop on a larger scale. Does CNS run on every stock throughout the day? Yep. I feel like we're in a twilight zone where you're stuck talking about stocks that aren't moving. Me too. I mean, they're moving, just sideways, slowly. I was using chat to find max bin. Oh, let's see. Is AMD about to triple bottom on the daily after today? Is stream on Elden Ring? I don't know if I'm going to do that today or not. Maybe. I'll think about it. I'm kind of tired. We ever do a ban appeals stream on Twitch? What the fuck is that? What would be the name of your firstborn meat bag? Wilberforce Gherkin Jr. The 7th. Wilberforce Percival Gherkin Jr. The 7th? Yes. Percival. GDS just drifting up. It does that when it's got FTDs. Monday, Tuesday next week might be a little interesting. We have MMF or ETF FTDs from Feb 23rd and 24th, which were voluminous. Someone say Pi-Fi and Amaranth collab. Why? So I can talk to her about why people give her money for being looking on Twitch. Are you talking about Didi today? No. Has it gone up? Congrats, Trina. I know you mentioned BBY has $4 to the downside this morning, but do you think that still holds true now? Not after expiration tonight, no. One v one Z mid? No, I'm not doing that with you. I don't like your company, man. I sold a $30 CC. Am I gonna get called away? On GameStop? Yes. On BBBY? No. On a stock less than $30? No. A stock more than $30? Yes. All right, if we test 150 again, I'm exiting my calls. I'm tired of this. Just losing theta value. Why do you hate so much in life? Because it's all bullshit. You don't like my company. You just want to get information on your degenerate financial plays out of me. You just want to use me, Moon. Like that guy's girlfriend. Look, I can afford 1 share of SST, yes? Oh boy. If I theoretically sold CSPs for deep in the money strikes for the entire float of GME, what would happen at expiry? They'd probably get exercised. I've spoken about this in the past, that there's an argument that selling in the money cash secured puts on GameStop is in fact more bullish than buying long calls. But hard to convince people of that. Also more profitable, but so sell puts same like shares. Now you're learning. BBBY $60 leaps are about 120% IV. Debating between going in now or waiting till after earnings week. I mean, it's not going to change that much. I have some 520s already to sell next week to harvest IV. Well, if their earnings are shit, you could get them for cheaper. It actually is all BS. I'm working on buying a van, living in it, and traveling the country with my cat. Sell CCs after the split. Nice, man. How's your day? Let's fucking go. It's going all right. Slow stream today, surprisingly, given that we had all that volatile fun this morning. It's been pretty slow. It's cool though. I gotta explain more stuff. Did you see the early profits for SST on Wall Street bets? No. I'm sure it'll drive some FOMO next week, though. So today I proved your thesis that wealthy people don't put their cars in reverse. I delivered to a mansion in the hills that has a 6-car garage with doors on both sides. They also had a helipad. Yep. Sometimes they have like little rotating discs built into the garage that you can just out. It's going to close under 150 guaranteed. I mean, nope. Just stopped out of my calls again. Goodbye, 0 DTEs. Well, it wasn't bad. Couple $100 each. What Asian culture do you consider to make the finest egg rolls? My favorite egg rolls are made in New York City. I don't know if those are traditionally Chinese, but I like them. A little late, but talk to Amaranth about real estate investing. You might even become business partners. She owns the gas stations. You own the parking lots, the cheese shop on the side. Thanks, Boofler. I'll look into that. You think there's significant money to be made post split on a GME CC, like steady income potential? I mean, if the price of the stock goes back up, yes. If growth continues, then absolutely. I mean, that's how I like ended up with my Tesla shares, right? And I use those for income generation primarily. Tesla worth way more now than when it split, right? So I have more shares at higher value. 3 months of Dillionaire, and all I got with these gravy train pickles picks. Keep knocking it out of the park, bro. We appreciate it. P.S. Cabs out and shirts off for MOASS. Just saying. Thanks, Burtnam. Glad you're killing it, man. How much did you start out with when day trading full time? 25,000. $25,000 with an extra 10,000 put away, just in case I burned my account. And then I had some money saved up for like living expenses in case I in fact sucked at trading, which was a risk. you play options differently for short market weeks like next week? What day is the market close next week? I forget. Friday? Oh yeah, okay. Not really. Sometimes those weeks can be more volatile. Sometimes there's some more opportunities. Did you look at the chart in Discord? I didn't see it, turd. Did you DM it to me? Oh, it's in QuantCord. I don't really check Discord much when I'm streaming. You gotta let me know. What the fuck is IWM doing? IWC? That's weird, right? That's put call OI just disappearing? Why is it so low? So high here, so low here. Closing out their positions? Is it going up? What's going on with the price of IWC? No. Ah, interesting. I wonder if that's gonna create buy pressure. Why micro cap? GameStop shouldn't be in. How long did it take to go from 25K to 100K? I think it was 4 months. No, I still trade on the stream. I didn't fail at day trading. I don't really day trade much anymore. I just swing trade. Easier to manage when I'm doing something else. Market never closes if one watches the YouTube VODs. Fair. I actually started trading with crypto because I found it to be the most reliable way to, well, it was most reliable for technical analysis. That's still true. Crypto is more reliable if purely using technical analysis. I've adapted my trading style since then. I found that equity options were far more profitable, but I didn't get into them until I had more money. What percent of your portfolio were you risking on each trade in the beginning? 20% with a 2% risk, 10% cap. Very, very strict. Profit pulls at 3, 5, and 7.5%. So pull back my position as I followed the trend. I used to be way more strict with my trading, less profitable, but you know, at far less risk, right? It's always a balance between those. It's a balance between profitability and risk. I'm trying to find the sweet spot. I can't imagine day trading while streaming. It's really difficult. Because you basically just have to ignore everybody, right, while you're trading. I've done it on stream a few times. You ever traded 2-hour to expiry options? No. Taxes on crypto are draconian. Yeah, it's bullshit. You got to 100K in 4 months. How much did you take out to live on? None. I had a year's salary almost, enough to live on, living costs and expenses saved up separately from my trading expenses. So I just all the money made in my trading account stayed in my trading account initially. It wasn't until like halfway through my second year that I had to actually start living off of my trading income. I did that on purpose, right? Because I wanted to make sure that I could sustain myself through trading and have time to get a different job if I had to. Are your losses important for taxes? Up to a certain amount, yeah. Do you need to use options to trade effectively? There's arguments there. I prefer them. They have, if done properly, less risk than buying the underlying. You don't need to use them, but they have far more profit potential. So if you're making good bets on stocks, right, consistently, then you start to increase the leverage on those good bets, right? Just naturally. Even if you're day trading, you're gonna, buy 1,000 shares instead of 100. Like you're gonna progress upwards, right? And increase your leverage. And options are just the natural progression of that. Tell a lie. I'm a redhead. Short-term gives us like there's additional taxes on crypto when you pull the money out to cash. I've always wondered, do you pay yourself or do you take money out of your account when you need it? Generally my income, my like income that I use for like living expenses and stuff is just comes from covered calls on like Tesla and AMD primarily. And uh I get like a monthly dividend from the the REIT that I own, and whatever I get from YouTube. And I pull those directly to my bank account, and then everything else just stays in. How long from 100K to a million? It's faster. What broker did I start out with? Fidelity? Fidelity ATP. I used Coinbase for crypto. Kraken. How'd you get started with day trading? A professor of mine from school kind of got me into it, and then I started by reading books and becoming more interested in the idea. He told me to tell a lie, Mr. Poopy Pants. What did you used to do before teaching us degens? I would wake up at like 7:30, track pre-market trends, trade until about 10:30, and then go do other shit for the rest of the day. Just wanted to ask you, wanted to thank you too poor for any of the market action you do, but I have gained a ton of knowledge about how the markets work from you. Your tireless efforts to deal with all of our buffoonery is greatly appreciated. Keep up the amazing work. Thanks, Tickled Pickle. I appreciate it, man. Do we hear the record date from GameStop directly? Yeah. I initially didn't give my wife my brokerage tax forms so she wouldn't bust my balls, but when I forwarded them to my accountant, the losses from Freg's Day increased my return by 3K. Nice. Well, you got some of the money back. Record date will be on the definitive proxy statement filing. Yeah, it should be. Did you take any stock programs and boot camps? No. I mean, I knew they were a scam from the get-go. They are. They're all scams. Every last one of them. They're bullshit. Thousands of dollars to learn what you could learn in 10 pages of a book and far more through practice. Later, Mr. Flags. How did you handle quarterly taxes? I have an accountant. When I had to file them myself, it was a mess. So I got an accountant. How much do you not care about the Masters? Less now that GameStop ran, right? It's fine. It's good to know more, right? I wouldn't say it's super enjoyable. My courses are kind of boring right now. Is there any milestone that make you buy a bunch more LRC? No? If trading didn't work out, what job would you have liked to be doing? Liked to be doing, or what would I have just have ended up doing? I probably would have just like opened a business or something. I probably would have ended up just working as an analyst because it pays better. A lot. I wonder how many people were completely shocked by taxes this year after a huge wave of newcomers joined into the market last year. But probably a few. Did I have to list you for what, Han? What's the best way to play the current bird flu that's wiping out chickens? Tyson? I think, yeah, meat's like a livestock ETF, but it tracks more than just chickens, so it might not be. Depends on how it's weighted. Is options as a strategic investment the best book to start with? Or technical analysis of the financial markets? I think a basic understanding of technical analysis and fundamental analysis, both, long before fucking with options. Yeah, that's definitely a scam. I'll praise Lisa Sue. I see AMD didn't go below 100. MFE, MBA joint program. Well, you wouldn't want to go short chicken if there's a squeeze on chickens, turd. But you can choke my chicken any day, man. Just saying. You don't need an ETF to do it. Was YouTuber an IRS recognized profession? I think he put entertainer, which I was a little bit miffed about, but whatever. No, I don't think RC gives a shit about your attendees, Bastion. Wouldn't collab with Nancy Pelosi when she hires me as her investment manager. If that's not a Snicker, I'm disappointed. It's a protein bar. I do think RC cares very much about his own tendies. Can GME reach 1,000 with a share recall scenario? Yeah. I don't know about engineers, but supposedly a bunch of physicists were hired on by Wall Street after Congress voted to stop funding the particle collider in Texas. Yeah. And now we have weird volatility and entropy swaps. Thanks, physicists. I'm curious, out of all the knowledge acquired from traditional academia through your degrees, how much of that do you actually use? Some. I mean, fundamental analysis stuff, portfolio management. I mean, that was valuable, I guess. I still use it. I would say most of trading is self-taught. They don't really teach trading at school. I mean, that's kind of what an MFE is, right? But it's more quantitative risk management. What do you think of Astra's buying puts theory? I think Astra's a fucking idiot. There. We're gonna find the whole process that ends with a share recall. What? Like, I don't know what you're asking for. No problem, Deku. Going back to entropy swaps, etc., how do you find new derivatives and information Usually in a quest to find how they manage the position and still make it profitable. That's when I first started digging into entropy swaps. Was, you know, we knew they were short volatility, but we also knew that the stock ran wildly every quarter. So how do they pull both off without blowing up? I can't believe people are still watching Astro. Me either, but people still watch Matt Kors, so. If I was a YouTube streamer, would you watch me? I would just pull up charts on stream and not say anything and expect people to get it. Fuck you, turd. Son of a bitch. I was wondering why you didn't do CC on BBBY this week. Is it because we're trading so far below your cost basis? Or did you want to wait until earnings? I want to wait until earnings. If I were a YouTube streamer, you would see me just looking at mansions on Zillow while checking my bank account to see if I could pay my electricity bill. I've been scalping 10% on SPY puts calls and Tesla puts calls. Can I be a BlackRock now too, like you? We'll talk about it later. In the meantime, can you go get some coffee? I'm out. Well, not yet. Hold on. Now I'm out. So we had the pre-announcement of the stock split. What do we have to see before our attendees end in our hands? You need to see the actual announcement of the stock split. You need to see approval of the fiscal plan. Then you need, you know, a split to be announced. You need approval of the split. You need an ex-dividend date for the split, the ratio of the split. All of this has to occur first. I never understood why people with traditional finance backgrounds don't believe in TA. If you take a holistic approach to it, you generally would get the same conclusion, right? For the most part. Um, it's not all of them that don't. It's the ones that don't work in instant, like every hedge fund and major trading firm uses technical analysis to some degree. So I don't know if I fully agree with that. I think it's people who like know math or know some things about finance that don't like technical analysis. They refuse to believe that the market is a system perpetuated by emotion and want to believe it's a mathematically defined system, but it's not, right? Because it's chaotic. So mathematical models break down. They can only really be used to define risk, not expectations. No cream. I know what you did last time. What I don't understand about the whole AMC thing is why would anyone want to put money in the most liquid stock of the basket stocks if playing for a squeeze? Because they don't know what they're doing. Blind faith. Jason Bowers, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Does WeBull not list SST? It's right on my screen. What do you mean? Just type in SST. Trebia Acquisitions Corp. SST NYSE. Would you consider 16% portfolio growth in a week a good return trading options? It's phenomenal. Very good. If I bought MULN with plans to sell CCs on IV spikes and got a great entry, do you like this idea or would you jump the shares and get out? I bought it 90 cents. Oh, I mean, yeah, if you're already profitable, why not? But be careful. Watch your downside. Does it worry you that I'm currently in a math-heavy master's program? I mean, especially because you can't read. They just hate TA because it means their degree was worthless. As a holder of a bachelor's in finance, I can say it was pretty worthless. I don't think that's true for everyone, though. I think it's very important for some people to get degrees. Good SST entry? Not bad. I don't hate it. How important do you think TA is to successful trading? It's probably about 20 to 40% of the analysis I do on any stock, sometimes more. Adam Aaron is a silverback that sells so he can diversify at 60 years old. Adam Aaron is a boomer CEO robbing his shareholders of all the value in their company. Kind of missed the Dillionaire chant. I've got it somewhere. I gotta find it. I think I did it earlier today. You know the market is about to collapse and Disney's building affordable housing? Can you describe what part of the plot we were at in the movie Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift? I haven't seen it. The part where everyone's family, friends made before racing more? How big is your CNS? CNS? Sufficient, provided there's enough liquidity. Hey, but tell me you wouldn't do exactly the same thing if you were that slimy slug. I mean, probably. Yeah, if I was the CEO of a worthless company, I would absolutely pump the shit out of it and sell all of my holdings. You're lucky you faked your way through that answer. It was accurate. What will you not miss when boomers leave the workforce? I don't know. I don't care about the workforce. With the OG fucking Billionaire song? I have that right here. From Damcan?
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
The part where we're still in prison, but we think we have a way out. Like that edging exuberance before actual freedom is realized. Thinking about AMD 115 strikes expiring May. Thoughts? Kind of far out of the money, but not terrible. A little past the like local resistance. You gonna get a Tesla bot to make you espressos? Yes. Oh, that one I have to find. I played that one earlier today, Gareth. Somebody's been advertising Dillionaires or something. We've had like massive Dillionaire FOMO today, even though there's nobody watching the fucking stream. We have like 1,200, like lowest viewers in weeks. Massive Dillionaire FOMO. Maybe I'm getting shadow banned on YouTube again. Shit. I mean, poop. How about Star Wars? What part of Star Wars are we at? The part where it got good. Oh wait, wrong movie. Surprised that the YouTube algo has a bias against salty pickles? No. The OG pickle financial intro song. Oh my god, that's fuck. Where's that? Is it this one? No, that's not it. Nope. I don't know where it is. I told everyone they would have known about SST last week if they were a billionaire. You're welcome. Wheat is looking tastier by the minute. I had some toast this morning. If YouTube ever starts promoting your channel, you're doing something wrong. You being shadow banned means you're doing this right, I suppose. You too, sweet and sour. See you later, man. Yeah, I'm still in on DD. I didn't get stopped out, but I'm in for a while, right? Like, I have May calls. Is the time when super stockers sell their DRS shares the part of the movie when the Erocs arrive? I think so, cybernetic construct. Toast or pasta? It was toast. Rye toast. When is Subang gonna pump AMD back to 160? Next time she says bullish shit. She always says bullish shit, so it's just... You're still in Netflix 414s? I sold the 414s on the run. I had May 20s at 370 and 380. I got stopped out of the 370s, but not the 380s. So I still have the 380s. I'm going to buy back in on Netflix when I see a sign of a reversal. Right now, it kind of looks like shit. Probably going to bail on them soon and then average down. Anthony. Check your TMs for the tunes you seek. Thank you, Ben. Oh god, I remember this was our first song, I think. We've all been together so long now. Yeah, almost a year. Pre-green screen days. Yeah, when I just had like a sheet behind me. Yesterday I worked for the first time in almost a year. Sorry to hear that, James. Is the wheat going up or down? It's got to go up, right? Because there's not enough of it. Wheat's looking bullish as fuck. Look at this shit. Interesting. BXX doing weird shit still. Twitter actually dying. Should have hung out in those puts, huh? You're the most consistent pickle themed person in my life. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Pickles picks equivalent to Nancy Pelosi's picks? Better. Super cool to have a casual Friday with less viewers than normal. I feel nostalgic for the older, moldier days. Thanks for making this space for us, teaching us, and hanging out. Love you, Girk. Thanks, Ghost of Florica. I appreciate it, man. What part of the siege of Constantinople are we at right now? I'm guessing we're still trying to breach the inner walls of the city. I think we're still trying to invalidate the Roman Emperor. Well, invalidate the claim to the throne. Which siege of Constantinople? Actually, let's start there. She makes so much more than we do. Actually, I feel like I make more money than Congress. Nancy Pelosi didn't buy the bottom of the GME dip, so she clearly sucks at stocks. Even RC bought it, right? I've been a member for 10 months and 7 days, but YouTube gave me this broken member chat highlight for 7 months. What? It says 11 months. Thank you, Grizz. I appreciate it, man. It's probably because you like renewed a card or something, so YouTube's not tracking the other months. AMD goodbye right now, at the money, 1 month out. Strong support. Very strong support. I ate raw pork sausage today. Fuck my life. Enjoy your pinworms. YouTube internalized 3 months of my membership. Well, at least it's tracking it properly on the front end, even if their accounting is flawed. Yeah, Grizzled's still a mod. I just hydrated. ABV overvalued right now. BV. Jesus. Can't believe I forgot to buy that one. No. Nice dividend too. They're kind of killing it. I don't like bias stacks, but they're not doing bad. Ooh. Bullish moves. Visa. Some of that on Monday. Cat doing okay. Back at that 1750 resistance. This looks good. Kind of excited for Baba, Apple, and Cat next. Maybe Visa. That's no video. Crowd. He's been rough. Wow. So cheap. I think this rallies again soon. XRT had a fun day. Some ups. Hmm. When do you think the stock split dividend is going to happen? Couple months. What membership level do you need to get Pickles picks? Dillionaire. I didn't skip it. Ready for some ups? Can we get the 510 song before power hour? Sure. But I'm sad because I took $5 profit on my calls. All right, I'll give it to you.
We don't give a shit about theta, it's pure science, just look at the data. Less than $30 for a 510 call, just do the fucking math, it'll make your wife's bank account crawl. And once you get that itch, open up the calculator, realize you're gonna be rich. Might just be my fiscal immaturity, the definition of financial irresponsibility. Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment. What you gonna do, take your profits and walk? I said fuck no man, I'm gonna use that leverage to cock it, lock it, double down and profit, show my gains to Gert like a first place ribbon on a science fair project that he didn't help me with, cause technically can't. Kumfu, Rumple, Dr. Something Dinosaur, Delta Strike, Eric D, Pickle, Morty's hugging me, Dungston, Parks Car, Salmonella, Smock Spots, Cat Doc, Army Vent, Jay Wallen on Trash Stands, Nutsack, Windmill, Corn Trader, Moon Moon, Dan Work, Renzer, Long Boy, Optimist, PHL, Black Dilla, Snow Case, Saber, YG, Bourbon, and that bear named Data, Wayfarer, Dandelion, Walford, Danley, Wardeck Concrete, Dave of the Pigeon Whales Diet, Birdman, Buff Dan, JG, Cybernetic Construct, Hands on the Dancing Queen, Kermit, Desperate Danny, MMON, Merc the Jerk, Darkborn, Hartley here, Intellectual Comfort, Pablo, Emphazar, Delta Strike, Woe Heavy, Donkey Dick, Tri-Feed, Dead, Why, Tom and Jerry.
All right, I'm back. Ali, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Would you make more on memberships today than stocks? I doubt it. Someone sold their warrants. What's this? Wait, they're delaying the settlement of shares? Isn't that huge? Yeah, I'm not gonna read this fucking entire prospectus right now. Why are you sending me this? Give me the summation. Mark Archer, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Oop, I forgot to unmute the Discord. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, then make gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
SST re-entry time, Monday, Tuesday, possible run. Yeah. Although the price is dropping, maybe someone's selling more warrants. SST delay on releasing shares. Why would the price drop on that news? Well, just a little bit, right? It's bullish if they're delaying the release of shares. Yeah, spot and IV gain would be that thing that I was talking about, Larry, as far as selling CCs. It's accurate like 84% of the time, but yeah, spot, if we close above max pain, which is at 152.50, if we close at max pain, it's kind of a toss up between the two. It's if we close below or above. We're below right now, so I would lean more bearish and say that calls sold today would be worth more than calls sold on Tuesday. The hell is WeWork? Is constipated same as pregnant? No. Oh, it's on the 5-minute. Yeah, they can one Beckett. I explained it in a clip earlier today. It'll be out tonight or tomorrow. But I went into some detail on it earlier. What's your position in SST? I had calls this morning. I sold them. We'll get the form. I don't see the amendments, though. Filing forms to the SEC delaying release. Okay. That's good, right? Is it a massive conflict of interest that Citadel Securities can go long or short volatility whilst being able to literally control the volatility of any stock for 3 months? Sure. Not a conflict of interest so much as it is advantageous position. Might be a conflict of interest for you, the owner of the underlying security. SST isn't dying. That might be true. Very. Chat dad. Stream over. What the hell's going on here? It's only a thing if you sell for a loss. I wasn't ignoring you, kind of huge. Only the bots left. I noticed that Chicken Tender Daddy was in here. Chicken Tender Daddy, you should be very careful outdoors right now. There's a bird flu. It's killing the chickens. Elliot Wave's prediction guy is a moron. What are the chances I can sell my SST $55 weekly for 5 cents before it expires today? Low. I just don't want you to become a statistic, dude. What's up, Holden Harold? Max Payne moves around, but our data audit's fairly stagnant. You're not going to become rich by selling CCs on GameStop. It's not about being rich. It's about building wealth. Historical accuracy is spot on. As of today. How in the money does my 148 CSP that expires today have to be to get exercised? Well, in the money. Usually if it's like $1 in the money, it'll get exercised. So if it's trading at like 147, right now you're not going to get assigned. The whole point is to sell CCs to generate capital to buy calls to the run to then become rich. Thigh greater than breast all day, every day. Calf greater than everything. Giblets. I just bought an out of the money May 20 on SST. Degenerately impatient or probably fine. You'll find out. FTDs next week on BBBY. Looks like a lot. Could be fun. The sad thing about people being irritated about selling CCs is that while those are out, your shares are effectively DRS'd. No, they're not. You can just buy the contract back. Thanks, Pickle Brigade bot. No problem, Bleach. Calf meat, best meat. I took that as a guarantee. I bought 100K worth of 0 DTE 155s. Not after 3 p.m. you didn't. I'm doing alright, Gent. How are you doing? Thanks for asking. Buying BBY calls Monday. Only day next week with little FTDs. Good idea. Sure. Who's giving you these FTD dates? Curious. How many of those FTDs are in ETFs? If your net worth was upwards of 100 million, do you think you'd stop, or do you want billions? The move from hundreds of millions to billions isn't so huge. It's pretty easy to get there. Let's quick put their pickles in my drawer. 510s are for boys. 950s are for men. Thanks, Nesquick. Good to know. Is that financial advice? Are you telling me to man up and buy 950s? Good, bro. Sold my Oxy calls. Today was fire. Yeah, they were good. It's a good position. I do not think BBBY will hit $1,100 next week. No simp. If DFV is Superman, who are you? Gambit. He's the coolest X-Man, right? Yeah. Fud. CC's safe next week, or expecting VUPs? I mean, I don't. Do you like uranium? Eh. I'm on TLP now, being restricted to sell only on my Fidelity and WeBull accounts. I'm on hold with Fidelity now as they are looking into it. Okay. No sale, no sell. What are your thoughts on TGT 200 puts for June, down 50%? Do I have enough theta to keep holding and await potential downside? TGT puts 200. Way off. June. I think you missed the boat here. Even for June, it's gonna be rough. You're gonna need a big downturn in the market, and this looks bullish as fuck. What comp do you like running in TFT? Whatever wins. I don't know. Maybe, but you really, really need a downturn, like a big downturn in the market. I don't know what that means, Victor. Any reason you choose to sell CCs instead of buying an iron condor? Guess you could do either one. Iron condor ties up more capital though. Selling CCs generates more net credit immediately. How's your butt feeling in your chair right now? Take a moment, adjust. Mediocre. Who makes money? The people who have them, who get shares. Netflix weekly, a bear flag. Sure. Although bear flags don't really work on the weekly. I'd say on the weekly it looks like Netflix is bouncing off of previous support. Old support, but previous support nonetheless. Hedger calls on VTV and puts on XRT. That makes sense. Any current thoughts on BBBY? Kind of just waiting for earnings. I don't see a lot of catalysts before then. There's some FTDs next week. That could be interesting. We'll see. I mean, they're probably mostly net short, so it could cause some buying. Maybe a little surge in price. Can I get a cheesesteak for dinner tonight? Or dinner? Or cheesesteak calzone? Ew. The former. I get the impression that you really like pushing out as much premium from CCs as possible by riding that Gamma Max edge. But for a noob, how much above Gamma Max do you think should be considered? I don't know. Make up your own fucking mind, Stefan. Iron Condor, a part of why we land at max pan so often? No. Market makers. Well, sort of. Yeah. Broader scope, but sure. I like selling iron condors. That's fun. What do you think about today's price action? How would that affect Wyckoff? Slower crawl to the upside? Stagnation? Probably bullish that we didn't drop hard. What do you want, Moon? I don't care what you do. Every Friday. Stop ignoring me. Could be spicy. Thoughts on cat next week? I like where it's closing, but I don't know if I like moving into a long position right now. Like I'll probably just wait for next week. Is Stefan equal primal Steph in the Discord? Yeah. One and the same. Any way to look up gamma max on stocks, or is it something you gotta math? You gotta math it. Is that higher tally for you in Elden Ring? Accidental wasting of potions or deaths? Higher tally? The death count? My death count was definitely that high. I was trying to kill some dude. Grimy fucker with like a dragon hand and warts. He had big warts all over his face. I don't know who he was. Dumb question, but you expect the OI on the downside of CERN to increase heavily closer to 413 if information leaks that they don't have enough shares tendered? Yeah, it could. Is going back to the 120s too low of an estimate? I would say it's too high. Yesterday, my uncle texted me, said he's made 77K, then proceeded to send me screenshots of his 2 GME 150 puts. He's a punk. Well, he didn't make 77K off 150 puts today, I'll tell you that much. Or at any point in the last several weeks. When a shareholder recalls their shares, they recall all their shares or percentage? All of them. I already talked about SST. It's alright. Any catalysts for price action Monday or Tuesday for GME? No. How you feeling, man? All good? You seem good, which I deem is good. Good for you. Keep up the good work, good guy. Thanks, Joseph Johnson. 77K? Say like 7.7K? No. How long do you think it would take you to turn 5K into 100K? I mean, that depends on the market. 5K to 100. It's probably like 6 to 8 months. Safely, unless I got lucky. Sometimes you get lucky. Hard to do though, because it's very easy to blow up an account that's that small. Like the success rate on accounts that's 5K and larger is higher, but it's not that much higher. Like there's a big leap from a 5K account to a 25K account and the rate of success on returns. 20K into 8K. Oh, you could do that in a couple days. I could turn 100K into 0 in 1 week. We know you can, Moon. You getting loaded up on hood puts yet? Oxy short squeeze. They have a large short ratio and are popping big now, up 7.3%. Maybe. I'm sure a lot of them would have started bailing when Warren Buffett came in. And if they hadn't by then, they probably bailed by the time he entered again, second time. Yeah, that's part of it. The unlimited trading without PDT helps. Also, the instant settlement helps a lot. How long if you can play the cycles and they play out as expected? Forever. Thoughts on April 14th CCs? I've already sold some. Do you know if it's possible to break apart a mutual fund to short the same way they can break apart an ETF? I don't think they can do that. They can borrow shares from a mutual fund, but there's no creation mechanism. Like, mutual funds don't provide liquidity. If MOASS, then cycles are over. I mean, yeah. Provided that the cycles are only going on to offset an over short position and they're not just them making a bunch of money on volatility for free. I have $1,000 to spare. Which would you guess is the best bet? BBBY, SST, or GME in the short term? I mean, that's a decision that you're going to have to research. Infinite regress. In the short term, GameStop's probably not doing much. SST is super high risk, and BBBY has been kind of stagnant. I mean, how long until you make 5K to 100K if you only play the cycles? I think you could have just turned 5K into 100K if you'd bought the bottom of the last dip. If you bought like 200s at the bottom of the last dip with $5,000, you definitely would have made more than 100 grand. Five 10 CCs safe for next week. They should be. Yeah. They're only a few $100s out of the money though, so watch your risk. With a proper exit, that's the hard part. True. That's on AMD after new price target. What was the new price target? Whose price target? Some analyst target? What did they say? Is an option lose 3 theta over the weekend, counting Monday open, or just 2 for Saturday? It just loses 1. It counts as the weekend counts as one day of decay. Would selling Amazon CCs be a pretty easy income if I was looking for something to generate income with? Yeah, it's not bad. It'll be less income post split than it is now, obviously, because it won't be trading at $3,000 a share. But Amazon still has a lot of room for growth, so. Does RC's FTDs on BBBY line up with any of the cycle? A bit of it lined up with the last few days when it hit like 29 or whatever. You can just transfer shares, Natty. You don't have to sell and buy back. But yeah, I mean, 500 shares, even at like 0.2 delta is, you know, anywhere from like $700 to $1,000 a week. If you're just selling weeklies. There's already enough ETFs available for shorting. Someone here owns enough Amazon to sell CCs? I think he's referring to the post-split. If you buy 5 shares of Amazon now, after the split, you can sell CCs. Because it's a 20-to-1 split. Is this a strategy? Sell 200 CCs, use the premium to buy 510s. Not a good one, but it is a strategy. I'm in T212 with in an ISA. There's no transfer at all. Ooh, I mean, you've got a lot of things to consider there because of your tax, like your tax benefits and stuff. I don't really know how ISAs work specifically, but you're not taxed on those, right? They won't let you sell, or they won't let you transfer out of 2212 to another brokerage. Can you initiate the transfer from the side of the other brokerage, pulling the shares out? Tesla goes below 1,000. Is it a strong buy? You no. How does one determine the premium price on a covered call? Just look at how much a call is worth at that strike. And if you sell one, that's the premium. Thanks, Kevin. T212 can only transfer funds, no shares. Huh. What do you think about chasing large percent change stocks with weeklies for the following week near the money Wondering the probability of Gex making those kinds of plays print. That depends on the market maker hedge, which is normally neutral, right? Like, market makers aren't taking delta risk all over the market. I think you'll find that most stocks, not in very specific situations, tend to just do nothing or not even generate a lot of gamma exposure, right? First of all, they don't move a lot the previous week. I guess if there's a really big move the previous week, then sure. Maybe look for stocks closing significantly above max pan is better, or stocks closing above like gamma maximum, right? Would you wear a blonde wig for all streams if we prove retail owns the float? Nah. Yeah, so I mean, is losing tax-free on all your shares worth $1,000 a week sometimes? And if you need the income, that's another story, but nice, Stefan. I didn't say SST was chasing. Not today, not now. Do you think we'll see another OPEC cycle before the possible squeeze from a recall? They could occur at the same time. If Cohen's smart and he understands the cycles, which I suspect he does, either through his own research or reading the communities, then who am I kidding? Reading mine. Then he would, right? He would trigger the share recall right in line with the futures contracts. Big boom. That's what I would do. Can one paper trade CCs on TD Ameritrade? Yeah, you can. God's so humble. That's what brought you to me. That's what brought all the Dans to me. Was my humility and grace. Should I wheel VIX? It looks enticing, right? It's not. It's shitty. Maybe it's a little better now with the markets slightly volatile, but successful first week selling a CC. Thank you. Awesome, Jason. Congrats, man. Imagine making money off your GameStop while it goes down. He answered one of my questions. I can die happy now. So did you wait to confirm that May is no longer a run before deciding to release date? So you would wait to confirm that May is no longer a run before deciding to release date of record? Probably. I mean, if the date of record for the split wouldn't be released until the shareholder meeting. That's when the ex-dividend date would be announced. So you just hold the shareholder meeting before futures rollover, and then you set the ex-dividend date to the futures rollover date, and then everything goes boom. Good thing you can't get into any elevators with that tremendous head of yours. How do you think it broke? Odds of closing above 150? Slim. Also, max pain's at 150, 250, so it doesn't matter. As soon as I saw a far dated 250cc, they'll announce the split date. Watch. Probably. Can warrants be used as collateral for PMCC? No. A PMCC is a hedged naked call. You can't use a warrant as a hedge for a naked call. That word for word is exactly the revolution you provided me. Making money while it goes down blew my mind. I now have 6 105 AMD leaps July through Jan with CC Premium, all because of you. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Fixed futures are palletized before. When's the next roller date? June. Shit. Hold on. I'll check. June 16th is the next expiration. Next roll is June 9th. Or June 8th. Sorry. June 8th and June 16th. Roll expiration. So quad witching's on the 16th. June 16th. Did I say that right? Yeah. I made a few hundred on long condors on GME this week. Nice. You can make thousands off short condors. What's your idea for playing Aider possibly next week? Buy some, wait for it to go up more. Or I'll just wait for it to rip and short the peak. It worked out well for IRNT. Same kind of deal. Now that I'm wrapping my head around CCs, I understand why you think property isn't the play. Yeah, because you get income generation and growth in the underlying, all of which can exceed the value, the growth rate of real estate. Even if real estate has like a boom and like bubbles a bit, like over time, your growth rate on like stock or equities will be far greater, provided you pick good ones. I guess that's an important aspect. It's funny how you were asked 100 times a day about the Wyckoff method and no mention of it as of late. I mean, it's in the daily. I think people know what it's doing now, or understand it, or developing a little more patience. I actually don't know. But I do enjoy just putting it in everyone's face. So I'm going to do a little bit of that. Hey, there it is. Wyckoff things. We'll see where this ends up. Today's price action, I would say a little more towards this side. This like more longer, drawn out consolidation. We'll probably end somewhere in between these two. Yes, give me my fix. I keep a hefty majority of my money in RE blue chips and Vanguard index funds. Gross. I sell PMCCs on stuff where it's just too expensive, or I don't want to own the underlying, but I want to capture premiums, right? That's when I'll be interested in PMCCs. The premiums are really good. It's worth it to sell them, but I don't want to own the underlying. Or it's something quick where I don't have time to own the underlying, right? Sometimes there's like a run and you miss it. You know, you can sell CCs at the peak or PMCCs at the peak. Speculative bubble thesis lives to die another day. Check pigeon whale chat, requeue. What? How? You're not a pigeon whale. How could you, Visceral? You can't televise the pores in pigeon whale. Ko-Fi. Where? How's your butt feeling in your chair right now? I already answered that. Hey, look. No 150 close for us. Slam it into the bell. You think institutional money has insight to time Wyckoff distribution with official NFT marketplace launch? Or not they don't really care. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, if that's the case, Stefan. Can I just say thanks for what you've done to this community. I remember when you just got started and people asked what Hank Ashi was. Now we're talking about selling PMCCs. Like, yeah, PMCCs. I know, Bob Smith. Look how far it's come. One day we'll just be talking about like how to file our ISDA paperwork and what we're setting up entropy swaps on. It just takes time, right? We'll be calling up JPAL for loans. I love this stock. Glad I got out of my 150s. Entropy swaps are lame. Time for us to introduce financial temperature swaps. Oh boy. Later, Tickled Piccolo. I think you murdered Jimmy. How? Zoomer to boomer. TM. Why didn't you tell us to sell 150 cc's? You shall. I didn't tell you not to. If BBBY runs, will GME and all of the rest of the baskets run? It depends on how hard it runs. If BBBY were to squeeze, then yes. When you have JPal's direct number, is that how you know you made it? Yeah. Why the big drop? Big red end of day. Selling? People not holding positions over the weekend? Spy ouchie down downs? All of these things. Not a good best week for the friendometer. Hey, listen. GameStop's not at 80. All right, Rims and Tims. I think you need to adjust that piece of shit. I don't know why I thought BBBY had a huge flip. No, it's not that big. Any brokers let you open options during the last 20 minutes? Some. For specific accounts. IBKR you can, but you have to have a lot of money. Maybe we see some movement next week. We got some FTDs next week, right? There's BBBY earnings next week. It could be interesting. Do you guys know about nitrogen infused Pepsi draft? It's kind of fire, not gonna lie. I've never heard of it. Just remind me to never wake up extra early again. This was the worst. Pickle Capital gets market maker status. One can only dream. You know what I would do? This is how I would fuck the competition. I would just make markets equitably. What do they even do against that? What if I got approved as an NYSE DMM? They'd never be able to beat me. I'd always be net neutral. No problem, man. Write that down. You just go to the big corrupt club and you do everything fair. That's what this stream was, right? It was just, what if I'm honest with people instead of being a lying shill and trying to sell them AMC? Boom. Ding ding. 4 out of 5 stars for this week's streams. Thanks. Another news: Pickle Capital is sued by Goldman Sachs for not cheating retail. Thank you guys so much. Do I? Do I work at BlackRock? I don't know. Did BlackRock have an elevator failure the other day? Huh. Now what am I supposed to do for 2 hours? Stream open to the pores this weekend? Fuck no. What about semi-pores? Yeah. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Pores will be sad. They barely watch it anyway. Don't worry. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you bright and early Monday morning for more exciting stock market action. Don't forget to check out our gaming channel, Playing with Pickles, listed down below under our Twitch link. Make sure to like and subscribe to our educational channel, School of Stock. And have a lovely weekend. Bye now.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulond.